What does high score mean? New high score, is that bad? What does that mean? Did I break it?
Let's take a roll here. Jay Quellen. Cool.
Saw your messages. Kahan, you sent the first message, but then Anthony ganked you. He went in and stole the first. Can't let him get away with that. Keeps on top of it. Anthony doesn't think that you put ketchup on sandwiches, but did in fact forget about the hamburger. Also, what's ketchup but just like barbecue sauce without a soul, right?
All
Like,
right, I'm back.
it's like a primary ingredient.
Yo.
Hi.
I have been drinking. I
Bernadette.
saw Kahan's hydrate. I saw the
Hi.
posture check. I saw Irish's hydrate. We've been drinking. I got some coffee today. Kahan, I also saw your message about Descent into Avernus, which sounds great. I do want you to know that is a full-on module. That is a full-on like campaign. We're talking over 250 pages of content, whereas Horde of the Dragon Queen, which Anthony just did, is like just short of 200 pages. So I'm not trying to dissuade you, but I mean, by all means, you know, let's do it. Let's do it live. But that's a big endeavor. So just be aware of that one. That's why I was recommending doing something from like Tales of the Yawning Portal, or one of the other. If you look, there's also what's it called? There's the newer ones, I think, from goodness. Why can't I find it? There's a newer book that's like all heists. Maybe it came out a little longer ago than I thought. There's like a bunch of just like heists involved. You could run one of those, which is cool. Oh, I think it's called Keys from the Golden Vault. I think is that one. Yeah, but I really don't want to start at higher levels. Me and Anthony have been looking at some stuff today. Yeah. No, I completely understand. I completely get it. So, like I said, there are plenty of books. Don't do anything. Actually, you could do Candlekeep Mysteries. Like, if you want to do one of the early ones, just know that like my campaign is Candlekeep Mysteries. So anything that you're doing out of that book, we've already done, which may not be a bad thing, right? But you can do the first one out of Candlekeep, and then, but there's others. There are other ones that that have, like, they're called anthologies. They're not like, it's not a full-on campaign, and there's nothing wrong with doing like the first part of Descent into Avernus, right? There's nothing wrong with like doing Lost Mines of Phandelver and only doing the first part of it, which I recommend, right? If you look into Lost Mines of Phandelver, there's that first section where you enter Cragmire Cave, I think is what it's called. That whole section only takes a few sessions to get through, depending on how fast we're playing and depending on what we're doing, how big the group is, things like that. That's perfect for a new DM. It's part of the starter set. It's got a lot of room for flexibility. Granted, it's the very first module that came out. It's like the first adventure they published. So, but yeah, plenty of things that you can do without bumping up the level difficulty at all. Looks like we're just waiting on the two. They're in general gaming. No,
Yep.
no real rush, but how's everybody doing? Doing okay?
Okay.
Dad, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I only talk to you on like 1 day a week, so now it's been like 3 weeks since I've heard your voice.
It's weird, isn't it? I got so used to talking to certain people on certain days.
It happens. Life happens.
It does.
Hmm.
But I missed you guys anyways.
Same here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You can always join us for like rally nights too. I don't know how
Yeah.
late it. I mean, it's the same time as Brian's. We usually meet up. We start filtering in around 7, and I wasn't there for this one because I was in the closet with my dog for 8 hours. But
Hey, you made it just in time for the second picture.
that's true. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, you should totally come to a rally night sometime, Bernadette.
What do you guys do there?
Well, generally we'll turn our cams on if you want to feel comfortable, but we play games together, have a couple of drinks for those of us who drink or, other substances. But we just hang out and play games and talk.
Oh, okay. That sounds fun.
It is. You should definitely join us next time.
Yeah.
If you're asking how do I think it would be for new players and a new
I think
DM,
this
if we're
last
talking
time
about
they started
Lost
out with
Minds of
like some aerial
Fandover,
type of
it's
game,
perfect,
like
right?
League
Like
of
it
Legends,
was
but the main game we
it
were
was part
playing
of
was
the starter
Lethal
kit.
Company.
So it was literally the first
Oh,
like
that
box kit
game.
that they put out
Yeah.
with 5e. So it
It
came
was
with
like
its own like
equal
rule
parts
set
kind of scary, but mostly
that
just
everyone
funny.
needed. Lost Minds of Fandover is
Yeah.
perfect for new groups. Like
Hello.
amazing.
That shit was intense for no reason.
Wrapping up the game.
A hard fought loss.
It happens sometimes.
Riot hold us down to the very last second.
At least the hard fought losses they feel a little bit better than the ones that you just lose in champ select and you feel like you're wasting 20 minutes of your life.
Imagine I got a 4-cast level 3. He got a 4-cast level 3. We lost to a 3-cast level 3.
Oh.
And mind you, it was Mordekaiser level 3 that beat my Akali level 3 with fully itemized and everything. Yeah. Bro, that was stupid.
You guys got second?
Yeah.
I mean, that's still a win, right? I don't know how it works at double up. Is there still
Dude.
8 teams or?
We got second place off of missing out 1 second.
Oh,
Like
geez.
there was a chance to beat Lara had a chance to beat the other guy after the mulligan, and my team just died. 1 second later, she would have won. We would have won.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is, bro. What up, man?
What's up?
Hello.
So it looks like we can all get started. We're all here. Oh, whatever reason it wants me to try to admit Alarg again. There you go, Alarg. Welcome to the game.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're also missing Kyle.
Yeah, I don't see. I know that sometimes Owlbear does the weird thing where it doesn't show me the names when everybody's in, but as long as everybody's in the Discord, they can hear, and we'll
There he
everybody
is.
can kind of
Okay.
filter in there. It has been a few weeks, so we'll do a very quick rundown. I'm not going to go through every detail because that would just take an unnecessary amount of time, and I'd rather jump into playing. The pace of today's session is going to shift just a little bit. I know you guys have been doing a lot of interviews. You'll still be doing interviews, well, maybe one, but you'll see. We've spent like 3 sessions. I think you've gotten through 6 interviews. You've investigated a couple of places. You did go to the dining hall, which is nice. We'll get to that with the review. So the whole adventure, this is kind of like its own standalone adventure. Think of it like the holiday Halloween episode that you get in your favorite TV shows, right? It's not really canon to the extent that it doesn't change our main story, but some of the information that you're getting out of this, like information about the people and the places, generally is going to be able to carry over to the main campaign, right? Like all the readers, the great readers' focuses and their specialties are all the same. Some of their characteristics are the same. So generally speaking, you can interact with them in similar ways as you do in here. Granted, in the real world, Janusi's not dead and no one murdered him, but still, a lot of that stuff is carrying over. Any skills and items you get while you're in here, I'm probably going to allow you to carry over. Nothing I'm giving you or doing is too broken, but you've also not gathered much yet. We'll get into that as the story goes on, but so I don't want you to, it's not a waste of time by any means. You are learning a lot about Candlekeep bit by bit, but this is not necessarily affecting the real world, if that makes sense. So you were gifted a book by Janusi that pretty much invited you to open it up and go on a separate adventure, kind of a break from what you'd been doing. He respected that you've been putting in a lot of work trying to cure the plague and figure out what's going on. And he informed you that this is kind of something that they use to get away and take a break. And you opened the book and were transported to essentially another instance of Candlekeep, another like alternate reality, so to speak. 2 miles outside the gates on the Lion's Way, Lion's Path, and it was about 2 hours before dawn. So you arrived to the gates of Candlekeep and were greeted by one of the guards after standing out in the snow for quite a long time. You realized that your reason for being there seemed to be you were given a mission from a dwarf in Waterdeep to deliver a book for Alchrist. Alchrist is one of the great readers. And with that information and with your claim of knowing Janusi, you were granted an audience with Skoda, or Bookworm, as she's known as, and she granted you access to Candlekeep, with the agreement that you would help them solve a mystery, as Janusi had been murdered that morning. So you entered Candlekeep. You were given a place to stay at the resting house. You were fed and given some mead and some wine at the hearth, and essentially your adventure just kicked off. So you've spent the last day, I know it's been like 6 weeks for us, but it's only been a day in game, conducting several interviews. So far you've talked to Kazrin, who you found out used to have a childhood romance with Janusi. You've spoken to Silvira, who has a current, or well did have a current relationship with Janusi. You've talked to Darl, who seems to be the resident drunkard of the party. He is a poet and loves to drink. You've talked to Aalai, who was one of the front runners for the job of the next Great Reader, or Keeper of the Tomes, excuse me. You've also talked to Feminor, who claims that she was the front runner for the same job. And I believe your last interview was with Bookworm, Skoda herself. You asked her some questions in regard to her and her nephew, Alchrist, whom you've not spoken to yet. And the last Great Reader of the group is Tellus, who you've also not spoken with. There's also been some other individuals that you've interviewed in passing. You spoke with Miss Holly Pocket. Let me go ahead and sync the view down here so you guys can, you guys are at least looking at what I'm looking at. You've spoken with Miss Holly Pocket. She was the housekeeper, more or less, of the Great Reader's Tower. She took care of Janusi's room and office, as well as her own and other parts of the tower. You spoke with Todrick here. Todrick was the guard on duty who was placed outside of Janusi's office after the murder took place by both Kaelin, the warden, the gate warden of Candlekeep, and then again by Skoda, who is now taking the role of Keeper of the Tomes temporarily. You talked with Queenie. She is the resident tower cat, the house cat. She believes she runs the place, and she very well might. But she also provided you with some information. You have met Kai. Kai is the resident holy man of Candlekeep itself. He has a title. Excuse me. Let me find it really quick. He is the lore keeper. Excuse me. He is his title is lore keeper, and he is the spiritual head of the community. So he does sit on the Council of Great Readers along with Kaelin to make the number 12, and he is responsible now for ensuring that Janusi's soul passes on to the afterlife as smoothly as possible. You did also speak with Halba. Halba is the chef, the cook of Candlekeep. You spoke to Brygon, who is the barkeeper, and Daedrin, who is one of the gatekeepers of the Emerald Door. There are several gatekeepers of the Emerald Door. As you meet them or talk with them or seek them out, I will add their name under the same image, but Daedrin was the first person that you met. And then if we scroll up rather than down, you've also met various members of the Avowed. You've met many of them before, but the ones that were important to you now, so to speak, has been Fimbris, who I just noticed I forgot the S on the end of his name. But Fimbris is one of the Avowed. He's been assigned to you to kind of aid you around Candlekeep. Also, as one of your runners, he's gone to seek out some of the other Great Readers. You met Vushadi, who has been also one of your runners, but has been assigned to protect the room that you've been given, which was the sanctuary, I believe, of Denir. Or Denir Sanctuary, same thing. And then Irony is one of the 3 servants or waiters that were present at the Deadwinter Eve dinner that all of the great readers attended. And you also know of 2 others, Sprig and Orn, who you have not met yet. You have met them in the outer world, but not in this instance of Candlekeep. So that more or less boils down most of the main characters that you've met or discussed or know of. And in your search, you've discovered many pieces of information about them. I'm not going to go over all of them. I assume you guys have kept your own notes or added your notes to, these little sticky note situation we got going on here. But I think that sums it all up. Like I said, it's been 6 weeks for us out of game, like above table, but it's only been more or less a day. I would say 16 hours, less than 16 hours, probably 12-ish hours, I suppose. People were starting to get ready for dinner as you were wrapping up your last interview or your last discussion with Skoda/Bookworm. So we're getting into the evening time. It has been snowing all day, so there are several feet of snow on the ground. It is extremely cold outside. It is essentially the first of the new year. So, the oceans outside are buffeted by the storm. The castle stands atop a huge, outcropping of stone and rock. So it is safe, but it is stormy and cold and freezing outside. So that essentially brings us to now. Your party, the last thing you did do was meet up with... Where are we? Where is it? This? Yes. You met up with Skoda in her meeting room and asked her some questions. So the last thing I think you did find out was that Janusi's body essentially has been cleared for the ceremony this evening. It's supposed to take place sometime after dinner tonight. And you all were a little disappointed by that, as there was some kind of misunderstanding. Well, at least Skoda claims there was a misunderstanding, that she took it to understand that you all were done in investigating Janusi's body, and that Kai was free to initiate all of the religious procedures required for sending Janusi on. So you have wrapped that up. I believe I gave you your insight check so that you could determine if she was speaking mistruths or falsehoods, I guess, about anything. And I expect you guys to keep track of all that. So before we continue on, like I said, today's session will be a little bit different. I'm going to kind of guide you a bit, I guess, down this path. Not because I think you're doing anything wrong, just to change up the pace of things. I know you guys have been doing the same things for like 3 or 4 sessions, so don't want you to get bored or feel like, you're getting nowhere. So we're just going to do things a little bit. I'll take control here at the beginning, and then you guys will see where we're going, and we'll go from there. So are there any questions, comments, concerns, anything you guys would like to discuss with each other before we continue?
Nothing from me, I don't think.
No.
Nah, I mostly just needed a refresh as to where we were, and now I'm good. So
Does Kyle still have peanuts on his pocket?
You have infinite peanuts in your pocket. I don't care, man.
Fuck yeah.
Kyle's pocket is an interdimensional space to a land of peanuts. It's sure.
Peanuts. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
what did you hear?
What did you hear? What did you hear, Mel?
Kyle has infinite penis in his pocket.
That's what I thought.
An alternate dimension.
No, Mel.
Imagine what the fuck.
I'm sorry.
Ay, caramba.
Peanuts belong to the legume family. Okay, peanuts. Legumes.
I'm sorry. Ooh, all right, moving on.
Yeah, we're good.
Now that's cleared up.
Good start to the session there. If you start the session with a dick joke, it's automatically going to be a million
It's
times
already a
better.
win.
It's automatically going to be a swell time.
Swell time, yeah.
But
All right. Odette, you got anything? Got any questions, concerns, comments?
do you have a dick
No.
joke too?
Would you
No.
also like to make comment on Kyle's peanuts?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, it looks like Alaric's good, Evie's good, Emmy's good, Kyle's good, Adam's good. So we're good. Okay. So as you wrap up your conversation with Skoda, a letter, I guess you could say, a piece of parchment comes flying in through the door. It slides underneath the door here, zips past Emmy, zips past Alaric, and comes to land in front of Skoda, in front of her. And as she opens it up and starts to read it, you can see a look of concern a bit on her face.
What's the matter?
What's it say?
She looks up and looks down and goes on to look it over once again, and she says that it's a response from the Seawater Tower. I sent to question Kalen in regards to his procedures of securing Candlekeep, and it seems that he has, retreated into the catacombs.
Oh,
Or what?
Yo.
you might just be depressed.
Depressed or not, he has a job to do, and this is hardly the time to be preoccupied with his own personal studies when, there's a potential murder on the loose.
Maybe we can go talk to him.
That, if you're offering, that would be amazing. It saves me the trouble of asking for your assistance once again.
I like to be proactive.
As do I.
We're also here to help.
Well, I don't imagine you've spoken to Kalen yet, so in seeking him out, you very well might be able to ask him questions about the situation as well. So I guess it's to the benefit of all of us that you're here and willing to help.
I'm a
Keelan.
benefit anywhere I go. But thank you for the acknowledgement.
She chuckled slightly under her breath and said, "Yes, I imagine you are." The catacombs are not the nicest place. In fact, further down there are, rumors have spread abound. Not many of us have reasons to go down there, but skeletons, ghosts, sea monsters, dragons, you name it. There's been a rumor
Okay.
for just about everything. And Fimbris, behind as she starts speaking out, she's like, he's like, they're not rumors, ma'am. Like, many of the avowed have witnessed such things. And Skoda waves her hand. She says, I've not had to visit the catacombs for many years, so I can't speak to its current state of affairs. But I made many a journey down to them when I was much younger, and the most dangerous thing I found down there was Miram.
I mean, maybe you'd like to come and find out for yourself what's going on.
Oh, you know I would if I could, but there are many things that I need to attend to up here. Again, I have the final preparations for the ceremony. I have to ensure that all the avowed are being fed properly. Dinner should be starting soon. But I'm sure Fimbris would be more than willing to at least take you to one of the entrances. And Fimbris, he initially starts to nod his head, and then he shakes his head. He's like, you can't tell. He's really conflicted. He wants to be of help, but you can tell that the catacombs are not his favorite place to be.
I mean, Embers, if you're that uncomfortable, I'm sure we'd all understand if you didn't want to go down in there, but I'm also sure your knowledge is quite invaluable as to what we're going to run into.
Also, we could just protect you.
Exactly.
Tries to put on a brave face. I'll at least take you to one of the entrances and give you directions to where Caitlin might be. But as far as that's the best I can do.
For now, I'm sure. Maybe you'll reconsider once we get there.
He kind of rolls his eyes at you, and like walks out the door.
Well, I guess we're supposed to follow him.
Well, see you later, Skoda.
Laters.
Lead the way.
As you leave,
Mhm.
Skoda stands up and thanks you once again. If you could, please ensure or please ask Kalen about the current security situation regarding Candlekeep. I can't imagine he's been devoid of his duties all day, but I would like some kind of answer from him.
Anything else you'd like us to ask before we go?
You can advise
No.
him of the ceremony that's being held this evening as well, if he'd like to join.
Okay.
Yep. Just don't destroy the body till we're there.
Yeah.
See you later.
Body's not just you don't know. She doesn't know the situation. But we're going to change the map really quick. So you do. Fimbris, you all kind of cycle out and follow Fimbris, and you can tell he's kind of muttering to himself. It's not as if he knows. It's not often that he goes down to the catacombs, but you overhear a couple of things. You overhear him talking about the vaults, and about you can hear him. He's just mumbling to himself. He's kind of pissed off, if I'm being honest. He's like, he doesn't want to go. And so you hear him talking about that there really are skeletons, and I've seen the ghost myself. And he takes you wandering around around Exaltation, around the building, and eventually he leads you to just a standard statue. It's a statue of like an adult dragon. There's nothing too amazing about it or incredible, but he tickles the dragon's chin, and the statue starts to slide away and revealing a staircase underneath. And sure enough, there's it's a spiral staircase, and it leads down deeper underneath the castle itself. And I know that we all have PTSD from side maps, so you don't have to worry about our side view maps. If you're following along with our Horde of the Dragon Queen campaign, you might understand. But so we're not really going to use this, but but I want to give you some kind of idea. So you're still in the Exaltation. You're still in the building itself. But if you look into this top right-hand corner, you can see rather some a general idea of the levels below Candlekeep. So directly underneath are a place called the Vaults, essentially, and it's this big area that goes directly under it. You're here, essentially, somewhere in this building, but you can see that it sprawls all the way around various levels, and even deeper underneath, the Court of Errors. If you go out here, this archway right here is essentially somewhere in this location. I mean, it goes all the way out underneath. You've been to different parts of it, so for those of you who've been in the hearth and underneath into the Firefly cellars, they are kind of part of the vaults, actually. They're like an outcropping probably somewhere over here, or maybe even here. But regardless, you're here. And Fimbris at this point does, in fact, ignore any request to follow you down. He starts to give you some scattered directions as best to his knowledge. He mentions something called the Chamber of Lost Lore, and says that Kalen does personal study there, but he's never been there himself. So the directions that he gives you is, they're a little sporadic. They do make some sense. He tells you that most of the chambers are marked in some way, shape, or form, but again, a lot of this is hearsay. He's not been that deep. But he does tell you you're going to have to go all the way down through the vaults, through the catacombs, and then even deeper into this lower chamber. He tells you to be careful. He does warn you that despite what the first reader has said, there are dangers down there, whether they're as serious as ghosts and lost souls and things like that. And that's, maybe you'll discover that for yourself. But there are creatures down there that wander the area and may prove to be some kind of threat.
So is this the catacombs where the dragon is? Is that what you said?
Miram does, yes. She does.
Would
Go ahead.
that mean that since Kyle did all that research about the dragon and where it was at, that he would maybe have a more elevated idea of what's down here from reading and studying about Miriam?
So I would say parts of it, yes. Kyle may recognize certain areas based on his reading. However, as far as like,
Yeah,
ca-
I
uh,
think the research was more specific towards the dragon, not
Yeah,
right.
I just didn't
not
know.
directly
Maybe-
towards like the area of the
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
he is.
I know it was more about the dragon. I just wanted to clarify if maybe like some of your reading about the dragon, since it's been locked down there, may have included some information about either what's down here creature wise, or maybe some secret little paths or tunnels or rooms. It was just kind of a side thought. I wanted to clarify.
I like it. I mean, it's a good idea. And like I said, I'll say that given Kyle's research, Kyle, you probably would have found like passages or notes about various locations where Miriam has decided to show up. You know that she does stay in the deeper areas of Candlekeep, so sometimes she'll come up into the catacombs. She's very rarely seen in the vaults themselves. The vaults, you kind of get the implication from what Fimbris has been talking about, and from just your time spent in Candlekeep. You've spent months here already as a group, right? And you've talked to multiple people. You've started to learn more and more about Candlekeep as you go. It seems like the more dangerous or volatile the books or the research or the items are, the deeper they're held, right? The catacombs here are not the catacombs, but the chamber down here are mostly just like caves, access points that go out to the sea. These are like at sea level, and they're just kind of like natural caves. They're not really used for much, but they are present. It's not until you get up into like the catacombs here and then the vault that these areas are used very sparingly. They're not obviously walked down there much. They're not visited. Again, they're places where things are stored that are either broken or not useful anymore, or they're dangerous and shouldn't be on the upper levels, things of that nature. So what I will say is that in Kyle's research, you probably would have found notes about places that Miriam did pop up. Sometimes, occasionally, she'll show up in the vaults, mostly in the catacombs. So I'll say like you can probably roll with advantage when I'm asking you to identify. I mean, you'll see what we're going to do soon, but like maybe pinpointing like, okay, this area matches the description that I read about, this note, or so to speak. Does that make sense?
I'll be right back. I need to get more coffee.
Sure.
I also have the Wanderer feature.
Yeah. I'll say that Wanderer is only going to help you to an extent here. I think it all boils down to like, you'll see, you'll have some kind of advantage, but as far as Wanderer goes, this is like, it's like a magical maze, right? I mean, this place, there are twists and turns that kind of lead back into each other. It's kind of like, the moving staircases in Harry Potter, right? Things move, rooms appear and disappear. It's not as easy as just like following a strict path. There is magic here that even your Wanderer feat probably can't completely overcome. But still, Fimbris does lead you to the top of the stairs. He does give you some various directions. He tells you that he will wait here for you when you arrive back. But as far as venturing down into the catacombs, he also needs to go to dinner, and he also has preparations to make for the ceremony. So after you descend, he will go take care of a few things, grab a bite to eat, and then come back here. When he is finished, he imagines that he'll be back here long before you all return here.
I tell him before we go to remind Skoda to not destroy the body till we're there.
His head is I passed on the message, but I think that this is out of Skoda's hands even at this point. Kai is he's a, I don't want to call him a zealot, but he's very steadfast in his duties. He's going to do what's best for Janusi at this point.
Okay.
But I'll pass along your message if I'll go tell her on my way to dinner.
Thank you.
Of course. And He kind of nods his head. I assume you all would like to venture down into the catacombs.
Let's go to the place
That
of
Vaults
was-
doom.
first, but
Vault of doom.
Vault of Doom. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this really quick. I'm gonna have everybody go ahead and roll me their d20s.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's
Yeah,
see if the
It's been
space
so
dice will work.
long.
First roll of the day. See how we're all doing.
Mid.
Flat A.
Hey, Anthony's out here rolling a 16. He's beating all of you.
Crazy. Anthony, who's not even in here? That's crazy.
He can.
That's-
I have a bot in Discord, or not Discord, but on Twitch on my stream.
Oh.
You could just.
Can I?
Well, I
can
don't have your
reroll?
stream open because I don't want to see the stuff.
That's respectable. I appreciate that.
Can I reroll?
Okay, hold. Keon rolled a 2. Yeah, you cannot.
Thank
I rolled the 1.
You certainly did.
It just means you can only go up from here.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll for Lark since Lar's not here. Of course, I roll higher. Okay, well,
Wow.
I know. Alaric is technically first. Looks like Evie, Emmy, Adom, Kyle. Evie, Emmy, Adom, Kyle. Okay. So over here, we'll stay on this map just briefly. So honestly, it doesn't matter much. I'll probably have to redo this in a second, but we do have our general speaking order here. Make sure everybody gets a turn to talk and provide input. But as I said, you make your way down into the catacombs or into the vault, down the stairs, and start searching. So as you do, when you first start to go down, you get the smell of old books. Many of the hallways, like I said, the chambers are filled with old, decrepit books, maybe even duplicates of old books. Many are in disrepair. Some of them you can see have, almost disintegrated and fallen apart. You do see that many of the chambers are still lit, however, at least at this level. Many of them have candelabras on tables or on solid stone kind of stands in the middle of the room. Some are hanging from banisters on the wall, and they all seem to be lit with these continual flame spells, which is interesting because above ground, you know that fire is essentially prohibited in most cases in Candlekeep. Most are lit with magical light, and these, while the light is obviously magical, it is fire, but it is a continual flame spell. There are chambers just full of stacked and rotting books at this upper level. And I am going to need everyone here now to roll me a survival check. I am going to average these rolls together. So I will say that I will let you know who, or I'm going to let you know. I will let you all decide whether you think your character, you know what? No, I lied. I'm going to have all of you roll a survival check. Kyle, you can roll with advantage.
Okay.
Go. Nine. I was like,
I got 2 12s plus 5, so 17.
If I have to.
Oh no. The audacity. How dare they?
I guess it probably doesn't matter. The average is going to be the average here in this case, but it does take you about an hour of wandering around on these upper levels. You do get lost a couple of times, but It does pay off, I suppose, in the end. Let's see, survival. He has a +1, so 16 would have worked there. You do end up finding it in the end, and you're a little bit lower as you go. Kyle, you were able to identify some of the places which led you to, a staircase here or a staircase there that led you down. But eventually, you do find your way down to this lower level, and you have made it now into the catacombs, which is kind of your overall goal here. As you get deeper, you start to smell, or rather, you find these subtle marks that are left in magic. You can see that some of them seem to be marked by watchers, which are the guards of this place. Some are marked by Avowed, which you overheard Fimbris speaking of. And as you move down some of the staircases, you get actually these like bursts of cold air from small cracks in some of the stairwells, as well as bursts of warm air. As you remember hearing about, thermal drafts, there are volcanic and thermal drafts in these, in the rock side that Candlekeep sits on, which does provide some of the heat sources for water, but also, it's cold. As you go deeper down, I'm going to need everyone to go ahead and roll me another survival check. It's important that you note here that things are starting to get a little bit even more decrepit. Less flickering flame spells, less light in these areas. Rather than stacks of books, there are actually stacks of skulls and other bones, jars full of preserved creatures, winding, eroding staircases. You have to backtrack here and there as you find your way down, as some of these staircases have been completely eroded or collapsed in on themselves. Some of the staircases have these wide gaps in between where even if you tried, jumping over them would potentially be deadly, and it's really just not worth the risk.
I'm back.
Is it still with advantage for me?
Welcome back.
Yes, sir, it is. Yeah, you can always roll with advantage. Alaric, go ahead and give me a survival check. As you've been gone, you've been doing your best to make your way down through the vaults, and you've made your way into the catacombs after about an hour.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Okay.
Two of the same numbers again.
That is kind of nutty.
Okay, one.
You
Survival
rolled 2 12s and then 2 16s?
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
18 for survival.
Okay. This one goes a little bit more smoothly, surprisingly enough. Even though you have to backtrack here in a few places, as I mentioned, there are less outcroppings. There are less options. There's not as many levels to this. That's not entirely true. There's not as many paths that branch out. So the only way you really can go in a lot of situations is either up or down. And so it does take you about another hour, but you do make it in pretty smoothly, less of an issue. And as you get lower now, you can start to see the walls that are starting to get damp. There's the smell of salty air, rotting, rather than the rotting parchment that you smelled above. Now you're starting to smell like the sea almost, if you're used to like flotsam and jetsam and the way that like that mold and the algae kind of sticks to things and that smell of the ocean. You're starting to see that. And then as you go down certain tunnels, you can actually start to hear the crashing of the waves on the rocks. You were close to the lowest part of Candlekeep, and it is starting to be more and more apparent to you. You pass underwater streams, and now you've started to pass waterfalls. You can hear trickling water even above your head, whether it be from the rainwater or the melting snow, or maybe just the ambient moisture in the air. But you are getting lower and lower, and you finally reached more or less, like I said, as deep down as you can go. And finally, you can see off in the, across the way, that a path is lit. And although you might not be able to see it, it appears that there is some kind of structure over here. I think it, yeah, this should all be shadow to you. Maybe I should have done better in revealing some of that. But that being said, this is like a stairwell going up. You've come from this area. You have this flowing water below you, and this path here leads gently up to a fairly good-sized structure that you can see off in the distance. I need everyone here to go ahead and make me a dexterity. Let's just make it a dexterity saving throw.
Do I get advanced? Wait, hold on.
You tell me
I'm
why
reading.
you would get advantage on dexterity saving.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Mhm.
There is I'm mixing things up. I don't know if it's actually there or not. Give me a second.
At least you're honest.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Nah. I think that was my other character. I'm sorry.
Your other character, got it.
No, it's
just
Eve.
kidding.
No,
Huh?
she does have
Yeah,
advantage.
because of it's
Yeah.
like barbarian level 6 or something like that. I forget what it's called. Insight something.
Something instinct. Something.
Instinct. That's what it is. Something danger instinct. Danger
sense.
Danger sense.
was
That's
it?
what I think that sounds right. Danger sense.
Yeah. Anyways.
Jonathan, Adam of all people rolled a 3, bro.
I saw that. It's all good.
I'm slumped.
Fingers crossed. I mean, you might get our rogue here might roll lower. We're about to find out.
Please don't say that. Oh,
Okay.
Of course.
So you guys are making yourself across this
we beat. Okay.
This running stream. It's running pretty smoothly. You can tell that off in the distance here, you can hear the sound of what possibly is a waterfall, but it sounds like a crashing sound. And you can tell that a lot of the water, the waves are probably crashing on the outside of the rock somewhere, which is forcing all this water in. So while this isn't, it's not moving very quickly, but it's also not stagnant either. There's very little movement to it, but it is very dark in here. There's a couple of glowing pieces of fungus or some kind of rock that you can see on the ground. I know many of you have dark vision. Some of you do not. So whether you use a torch or not, I will leave up to you. You may just be relying on your party members or the dim light that is given off by some of these rocks. That being said, our cleric at the very front of the pack, unfortunately, is unable to maintain her footing as well as some of the others. She's wearing, slightly heavier armor than the rest of you. Some of you don't wear armor at all, really, but she does step down onto a rock, and it shifts, and part of it floods away or rushes away. And just as that happens, you all are completely surrounded by just a various amalgamation of creatures. It starts slow. Some of the rocks start to shift around you, and the water starts to roil. And soon you start to see these swarms of maggots come out from around your feet. Eels start to pulse both behind you and in front of you and squeeze their way out of these rocks. And probably the most surprising, these rock grubs, maggots, but rats who seem to have made their home in the holes of the bank side of the river. I want to say the river, but where the water meets the land here, the rock. They start swarming out, and they are wet and gross. And you, although I've only put so many here, there are hundreds of creatures that have now been alerted to your presence. And you can see them. They're attacking each other, and they're making their way close to you all. I'm going to need you all to roll initiative.
Oh, God.
My bad.
What is that thing?
These are swarms of maggots.
Oh, cool.
You like maggots?
Oh my god.
Absolutely not.
All right. Again, my bad.
I've been rolling nothing but 8s today. What is this?
Single digits. Nice.
Do Adam and I need to re-roll since we both got the same thing?
This is initiative, so your dexterity mod will affect it.
Oh shit! Whoops.
Oh no.
I didn't know I was supposed to add this. Whoops.
Yeah, it's just you're rolling initiative, so whatever your initiative modifier is, it should be at the
Wait.
top of your character sheet.
I already
Right,
added mine in.
Yeah, okay.
I got a 16, but I don't know why it took it off. I got a 16 total.
So 11 for me.
So what do we got here? We got like Ibby. Ibby's gonna go last. So we have Kyle, Adam.
Commence battle.
Oh, you heard him.
I heard the person.
Chirp.
That's Pickle.
That was a purr.
Yeah, he's talking to me, wanting more attention. Walking across the
So
desk.
cute.
That was a whole rumble. Oh.
Yeah, he's my baby. Come here. Sorry.
Uh, so hold on. Where's the ruler? What is this? The distance accurate or not? Uh, so how does jumping work exactly?
Depends whether you're doing a standing jump or a long jump or like a running jump. So if you make a standing jump, it's all determined by your strength. So let's see. It's up to your strength score if you're moving at least 10 feet, and half that distance if you're just making a standing jump. So whatever your strength score is, which is for you is probably
Okay.
8, right?
Yeah, -8. Yeah, I mean
Yeah, so you-
-1.
So you can jump. You can jump an entire 4 feet. How do you feel about that?
Oh, nice. Like the how?
I think
What
that's-
about this? Is this like deep or just difficult terrain?
I would say you're all on difficult terrain right now. These rocks, it's not this. You can see this bridge used to exist here, but it is all like crumbled. You're walking. You were stepping on essentially the remains of this bridge. I will consider this difficult terrain. This whole area here, even these rocks over here, will be difficult. So half your movement. But I will say that like enough of the bridge has collapsed that you're not going to drown. If you step off into these rocks, you're not going to drown. You're just going to get wet.
Uh, well, it it doesn't affect me because of mobility, so I could just walk out of it, like on the edges.
Sure,
I
if
don't
you
know
want.
what am I supposed to. Okay. Let me see what I could. Yeah, he's just gonna maybe use cunning dash, I guess, to move from. Can I? Okay, maybe 30. And this is like has height, right?
These are so these I know it looks like it. These are like walls. So the only path across, you're essentially coming out over this thing. You've come out on a bridge. These are rock
Uh-huh.
walls. So you can get up. This is like was a stairwell. So it was a bridge leading over the water up to a stairwell here that starts leading up. Yes, there's some height here, probably like 10 feet, maybe 5 to 10 feet at its highest here. So this is all leading up as well. So all of this over here is a big giant wall. You can, I would avoid the
Okay,
water, but you can step onto this bridge or this stairwell here over here, or backtrack over to there if you'd like.
this is difficult. Okay, he'll just he'll just move forward, like move dash forward, maybe 40 feet. Doesn't want to go deeper.
Okay.
You know?
Sure. You're going to take opportunity attacks from 2 of them.
All right. I forgot about this.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's tough.
Yeah. I am.
Does an 18 hit?
I think. Yeah. I'm not that tanky.
You tell me.
Well.
Why are you saying I think? Like you don't have your character sheet right in front of
Yeah.
you. I think it hit.
Yeah. I was. Yeah. I'm a 15.
Okay.
6.
You're gonna take 3 piercing damage from the swarm of rats here below you, and then let's see if this one hits. Does a 16 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to take 7 piercing
Now.
damage from this swarm of rock grubs here, and I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Good God. That's what I get for not paying attention.
It's tough.
Okay. Oh, mistakes were made. It's not. Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Let's go.
okay.
So
I'm healthy. Am I?
some of them the rock grubs make you're stepping essentially through a pile of rock grubs, so some of them do make their way like into your boot, and you feel them latching onto you before you can rip them off as you pass through, or shake them off as they get jarred loose. So while you do take some damage, you are not poisoned by them. Your experience with the rock grubs in the past, you know that they do tend to have a toxic bite, but it doesn't seem like that poison has taken effect on you just yet. So you're all set there.
Okay. What about if he flies over to me, does he also get hit? Or
I will
he
let you read about Stolas' stat block while we move on to Kyle, and then if you can't
yeah.
find the answer, I'll answer it for you.
Okay.
Kyle, it's your turn.
Okay. Um. Are all these within 5 feet of each other? Would you
These
say?
these are all, yes, yeah. I'll say these are within 5 feet of each other. These are in 5 feet of you. So
No. Like I'm
Yep,
saying,
yep,
like
yes, yes. They're all within 5 feet of each other. All, like, I would say probably this whole grouping is within 5 feet of each other. I have them spaced out for dramatic effect, but I mean there are swarms of these things. There are probably 3 times as many creatures on the map, or creatures in the real world, as you see on the map.
Gotcha. I'm gonna shoot at this one. What the heck? This one here.
Okay, perfect.
Sharpshooter penalty.
Yeah, love it.
Oh my God! It's been so long.
I'm trying to like read through all my stuff to relearn my attacks and everything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Imagine realizing you forgot everything, and you're
Right.
the first person to go.
Imagine.
19, 20, 23 to hit.
Yeah, 23 certainly hits.
Okay. Uh, it's 2d6. 10 plus 6, 16 plus 10 from sharpshooter, 26 damage.
Yeah. So you fire a shot, and you certainly do pierce one of the eels here in the area, and it slithers down into the water. You take
Well,
it. Yep. Good.
as a bonus action, I'm gonna use Hail Thorns and
You would. Go ahead.
within 5 feet of it.
Yep.
So yeah, I think they'll have to make a dexterity saving throw within 5 feet of the one that I hit.
Say that they're rolling right now with disadvantage. So let's see. That's 2 swarms of rats with disadvantage. What do you have to beat?
13.
Okay, both rats fail. Rock grubs with disadvantage. They just rolled a -1 and a 0. Okay, so both those are both rock grubs fail. Swarm of maggots. 2 of those with disadvantage. One of them succeeds. One of them fails. Okay, we'll say the one farthest from you succeeds and the one closest to you fails. But everything else fails. So
Alright, so they take the ones that fail take 1d10. So I'm gonna roll that.
Okay.
So 4 damage. And the ones that they succeed is half, so 2.
and what is this ability again? I forget what it's called. I lost it, man.
Hail of Thorns.
Hail of Thorns, that's right. So from your arrow that pierces the eel, these branching vines strike out, full of thorns and other prickly, stabby bits, and they make their way through the swarms of other creatures surrounding it, doing the most damage, I would say, probably to the rats, as they're a little bit bigger. But as you do, you can see that the thorns have picked up and speared pieces or parts of the rock grubs, pieces of the individual maggots. I would say the maggots are maybe even the least affected, but it is done, or it is somewhat effective, I would say, as you do end up taking a lot of the creatures out. However, even with the mixed even with some of the halved damage, a lot of the creatures do fall, but as they fall beneath the waters, they're immediately replaced
Oh no.
What?
with more.
Oh no. Oh
Could
no.
I
Oh no.
could I have moved in between the ones that were replaced? Okay. I'll move here in between Adam and Emmy. Thank you. That's my turn.
Your turn.
Mhm.
I've been muted this whole time. Jesus. Okay. Let me. Question to the party: is our main objective to get away from or execute these things? Because that determines literally what I'm about to ask, Jonathan. Because I'm trying to get rid of these motherfuckers.
I don't think they're the main objective. Think we should keep moving.
Then
Yeah.
can I just jump out of this river? Wait, I failed it.
You can standing long jump half of your.
Can I? Because I'm trying to get right out of the water.
You can standing long jump half of your strength. So whatever your strength score is, it might for you it could be an 8, it could be a 10. I don't remember as a monk. It's probably closer to an 8.
It's 8.
Yeah, so you can standing long jump 4 feet or running long jump 8 feet. A running long jump requires 10 feet of movement. So I suppose technically you could try to move back, right, into an empty space and then 10 feet forward and jump 8 feet, which will put you, like, let's say, on the edge of this. I mean, even then, you could probably get over and jump over this one, but you're opening yourself up to, again, attacks of opportunity from this swarm of maggots, potentially this eel, this rock grub, whatever you choose.
I want to do something I can. I just don't think I'm a high enough level to do this yet. I just wanted to push multiple targets back up. I'm gonna have to. Okay, first I'm gonna move like right here.
Okay.
Kind of. Oh wait, I'm not on the. Here we go. To kind of block off more from swarming Kyle and Emmy from the side and Stolas. Shout out to Stolas. And then this eel in front of me. Am I? Ugh. You are allowed to do whatever you want. Dog Baldur's Gate is getting me tripped up. Let me. I just closed like every tab that I have in the world open.
Mhm.
If are these eels? Can these eels electrocute us? Don't I know the answer to that? Your character would know the answer. Can Adam do a check to examine? You can certainly take your full action to do a nature check if you want. God, it's nature. I am not proficient. Okay. Let me not then. Now it's gonna wait. Okay, if that's the case, I am gonna do the running jump. So I'm gonna go back. Okay.
So they only have one reaction. So I'll say you're going to provoke opportunity attacks from the rock grubs here and the eels here. Not
Okay.
this one yet, because technically you're moving back within its range.
Then, okay, then these two, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, sorry. Again, give me 1 second to. I was trying to make the screen bigger for the stream, and then I ended up deleting everything.
Oof.
So I have to figure this out.
Can I ask why you're moving back?
I'm
So we
jumping.
can run and jump.
I'm trying to get over here. Staying in the water with all those targets is not good. Especially given the fact that I have like shockwave damage, I'm not trying to hit any of you guys either.
Mm.
Or
Okay.
I should say breathing damage. So you can take a
Attack again. We're going to say that they all have disadvantage because they're all fighting with each other at the same time they're fighting with you guys. So, and maybe the eels shouldn't have disadvantage. Whatever, it's too late now. One dexterity check, or I'm sorry, these aren't dexterity checks. These are attacks. I gave them disadvantage for the dexterity saving throw for Kyle, not the attack roll. So disregard that. Does a 14 hit you?
No, about 16.
So the eels miss. And if a 16 misses, then so does a 9. So both of these creatures lash out at you as you take a step back and you miss, or they miss rather. And then as you dash forward, go ahead and move to where you're dashing to. 10 feet, running long jump to 8 feet. I'll say you clear this is fine. You can make it over to here if you want.
Right there.
Perfect. Okay.
That would pretty much end my turn, I believe.
I will say you still have a bit of movement if you like.
The jump didn't take out my
Let's see.
Is the jump an action or a bonus action? I thought jumping was a bonus.
In bonus game is completely different. Either way, each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. Okay, so it does cost your movement. So you have 30 feet. Is that correct?
30 feet in total? Yes.
Okay, so yeah, 10 feet. You are correct. 10 feet back, 10 feet forward, 10 feet of jumping because I like you. Alaric, can you move Stolas where you want Stolas to be? So he's out of the way.
Yeah, he'll fly towards
Okay.
on my head
Oh,
actually.
not bonus. Sorry, action. I thought jumping was an action, not bonus action.
It is part of your movement. It is not part of an action unless I declare that it's part of your action. As if there's like, if you're trying to climb something and you have to make a jump across, there's like, you're not going to die if you fall here, right? There's nothing, it might hurt you. In fact, I'm going to actually need both Alaric and Adom to make dexterity saving throws for me.
Again?
Again.
Okay.
If you land in difficult terrain, you need to beat a dexterity. Actually, it's a check. It's not a saving throw. You can make an acrobatics check, actually.
Even with the mobile on?
Read to me what mobile does. I think mobile affects your ability to move in difficult terrain. It doesn't affect your movement speed, but I still think landing in difficult terrain might
It
be.
doesn't really. It didn't really say. It doesn't say anything about standing, but it does only say difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement on
I
the.
will say that landing, you're essentially like Jesus take the wheeling yourself across into this difficult
Yeah, fair
terrain.
enough.
So
Yeah,
I'll
fair
say that you still have to make that.
Okay.
It's when you dash. It doesn't difficult terrain
Correct.
doesn't cost
Yeah.
you extra movement.
Yeah.
Yep, you were correct. But she used her uncanny, or not uncanny dodge.
Yeah.
It's her whatever it's called for a rogue.
Shake. Oh. Oh.
Ooh.
Do I hit my head? Slip hit my head?
What'd you roll? Is 13 correct?
Yeah,
All right,
13.
you're good. Adam, what was yours?
Yeah.
Oh, what did I roll? I think I rolled a 9. So
Oh.
what? 13.
Nine.
Not. Wait, what did I roll?
It's an acrobatics check. If you rolled a 9, just add your acrobatics modifier to it.
Oh, 15 total. Yeah, 15 total. It was.
Okay. Yep, you both succeed. So you're both able to land well. Some of the rocks shift as you land across, but you're able to maintain your footing, and everything goes as smoothly as it can. However, Adam, you'll need to prevent or defend yourself from 2 other opportunity attacks here. So we have another attack from the eel, which is going to be a crit. That is 26 damage. Oh, that's 26 to hit, unfortunately. So you are going to take 22 damage from this eel as one of them lashes out at you.
Second.
And these are the maggots, not the rock crabs, excuse me. The maggots miss, luckily for you.
Wait, sorry. How much damage?
22 points of damage
God,
from the eel.
So I'm at 19.
Yeah. Be everything for me. You still have your action. You can punch something once or twice if you'd like to.
Yeah, these maggots in front of me. Those are maggots, right? The ones that are standing right in front of me. Yeah, fuck them. I'm a attack. Let me see. Attack roll.
Yes, sir.
I got a unarmed strike waiting for these motherfuckers. Oof. I rolled an 11.
Yep. So go ahead and add whatever your modifier is for a punch.
My punch.
Punch. Unarmed strikes would be. Sorry, man. This is a bit still confusing to me. I add the. Is it the 1d6?
If you're looking for roll 20, it should be added. You have it built in as an attack.
Oh, I didn't even hit the. Whoops! I hit the wrong. My bad. That's my bad.
I know we haven't done combat in a while. And one of the reasons that I wanted to do.
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah.
Yeah, me
So
too.
your mace is your monk weapon. So if you just click the monk weapon, I mean, it'll tell you how much damage. Well, it'll tell you what to roll. You can't click it in roll 20, but you can roll it on owlbear. So to make the attack roll, you rolled an 11 plus 6. It looks like for your mace. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay, so you rolled a 17 to hit, which certainly hits the rock grub, so you're perfectly fine there. And then it looks like your damage type is 1d6 plus 3 bludgeoning. And the reason it's a plus 3 to bludgeoning is because it's your monk weapon, so you can use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. That makes so much more sense.
Yep. So on owlbear, you can just roll a d6 and add 3. Hey, max roll. Look at that.
Yeah, so that's
Nice.
Perfect. And
Nice.
so that is certainly enough to put this first group of rock grubs down.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it immediately comes back up though. It's replaced by a group of rock grubs. Let's see who was up next. It was Evie. Yes, Evie.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the party, Evie.
Thanks. So I guess my first question is going to be, since I'm flying, will I be provoking opportunity attack if I move?
Yes, and I'll tell you why, actually, because I'm an idiot.
Thank you.
I'll tell you why twice. Firstly, some creatures have fly, and if you look at the owl stat block, which Alaric has been looking at, Alaric, what does the owl have that prevents attacks of opportunity?
Flyby.
Flyby, perfect.
Flyby.
Yep, Alaric is or Laura is a monster. She knows. So some creatures have a stat called Flyby, which prevents them from being attacked while they're in the air for
Okay.
attacks of opportunity. However, this is something that I just learned literally last week. Fly speed does not mean hover. There's a difference between flight and hovering. As a fairy, you cannot technically hover in the air. You can fly from one spot to another. There are other creatures with hover in their stat block, such as beholders is a good example of that. Beholders can maintain their flight. They can stay in the air forever. So, in the act of flying, you're going to have to take off from the rock and fly yourself the 30 feet and then land on another rock. So, no, in the act of moving, you would still be provoking attacks of opportunity from like 4 different creatures. That being said, you all have the option to disengage. So, you could disengage, in which case you're foregoing an attack in order to defend yourself. But unfortunately, your movement, I'll say that you're not impeded necessarily by difficult terrain because you have the flight ability, but you would have to use your action to disengage to get away, unless you wanted to
Okay.
attack, in which case you could do that too.
I mean, I'd rather get away from them, to be honest.
Understood.
But so I can disengage and go over here.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Love it. Any bonus action?
For this course of plan, no. I had 2 different plans, and this one does not involve a bonus.
Understood. I will also need you to go ahead and make me a dexterity or an acrobatics check, not a saving throw, but an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics. Okay, there's that.
So sorry, you didn't jump. You don't have to worry about that. You're flying. You're good. No acrobatics check required from you.
Okay, thank you.
Adom and Alaric were jumping, so that's why they needed to worry about that.
Okay. So I'm good then?
You're good. If you're ending your turn is ended.
I am.
Okay, perfect. Last up is Emmy.
Spirit guardians.
Hey.
I love and hate you at the same time. Spirit Guardians it is. So go ahead and let everyone know what Spirit Guardians does and make your rolls.
She's been waiting to say that word.
I don't blame her.
Have been.
It's a sick
have
ass spell. You might as well use it, right?
It is a sick ass spell.
Yeah, Evie just does not want to die here over with these things again. You know, that
She has
type of death.
PTSD. She has PTSD.
Yeah, she knows what it's like to be swarmed by things.
That's how she died.
Yeah, she does not want to die like that again.
Well, she died to the harpy, but she got knocked unconscious by a swarm of firefly larvae. Not just one, like
Yeah.
millions. So it's it's different.
Many.
There were lots.
Oh, that's
She's traumatized.
that sounds traumatizing for real, actually. So
Okay, so you have spirit guardians going. Go ahead and let us know what that does.
Just
Um,
requires her to be a badass without doing anything.
you call forth spirits to protect you. They fly around you to a distance of 15 feet for the duration. If you are good or neutral, the forms take a angelic or a fae, your choice.
Yep.
But I think with Emmy we did fairy. Did we do that?
It's all yours. You can decide what your spirits take form as.
Maybe a bit fainish then.
What is it?
I think A bit fiendish, maybe.
Ooh.
They can be like little imps or little things like that if you like. Little, I don't know, tiefling-like creatures. Whatever you choose. So I'll
I'll
just
have to think about it.
Okay, I do need to know whether you want the damage to be radiant or necrotic. That's up to you. There are some creepy celestial creatures, by the way, so it's not like,
Oh, then celestials, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
We'll find a cool celestial creature, a couple of them that you want to take advantage of. Okay. Then do you want the damage to be radiant or necrotic?
Radiant.
Okay, cool. So it doesn't do anything necessarily on this turn. It will affect the creatures when they start their turn in it. But it is a 6 spell and will do quite a bit of damage on all of them. And I think they need to make a wisdom saving throw. Is that correct?
Yeah, wisdom.
Perfect. I can tell you right now, these creatures aren't the wisest. So should be pretty effective. Okay, you still have that was your action, but you still have movement and bonus action if you'd like to. But you're going to
Can
take
I
it.
grab Kyle and move?
Generally, I would say no. However, if Kyle is willing, I don't see why not. That being said, you're already in difficult terrain. So if you were to try to pick up Kyle and carry him across what would already be difficult terrain with your speed halved, your speed would essentially be like quartered. So you would be moving like like less than 10 feet, like 8 feet, I guess. So, it's up to you. You're more than welcome to try, but I don't think you'd get very far. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the full 10 feet if that's what you really want to do.
All right, then. Yeah, the full 10 feet.
Okay, Kyle, are you willing to be picked up?
I trust her, yeah.
Okay. Then Emmy holds her hand out to Kyle after casting Spirit Guardians. A huge storm of spirits erupt around, within 15 feet of Emmy, and Kyle is protected within it as well. And Emmy holds out her hand, and Kyle accepts, and Emmy tosses Kyle up onto her shoulders, essentially, and they move as far as they can. I'll let you go ahead and move to the. Let me pin this to you, actually. I think I can attach it to Emmy. So as you move, Emmy, you should be able to move. The aura should move with you, and Kyle, you can just move with Emmy as well. You're kind of attached to her square at the moment.
Okay.
So I'll let you move. The farthest you can go essentially is on the opposite side of this, but I will be asking you to make at least one. I'll say you're moving out of the range of the eel, but if you're just moving here, I don't think you'll take attacks of opportunity from these two creatures. So
Okay. Over here?
that's as far as you can get.
Oh,
You can move 10 feet in
okay.
any direction, but if you're trying to go like west, then here's about as
Yeah.
far as you can go. Now, a lot of you are wondering, like, what's going on? You can't move through enemy squares, and that is normally correct, except these are swarms of enemies. So the swarms don't really follow the same rules. Creatures can move in and out. They can occupy the same squares. So you are walking through a swarm of creatures, but the rules are slightly different. So I'm allowing them to, kind of do their own thing. However, that eel is going to attack you. I believe a 17 misses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the eel lashes out, but Emmy's able to kick it away as she scoops up Kyle and moves through. And your turn. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll say you use your bonus action to pick up Kyle because I'm kind of giving you some leeway here. And that ends your movement. So, is there anything you'd like to say or do before we wrap up your turn, Emmy?
Yes. Can we please get out of here?
That's fair. Okay. So at the start of their turn, a lot of these creatures are immediately affected by the spirit guardians. So, like I said, I think they all have to make wisdom saving throws. What is the DC that they have to beat?
DC. Where is it?
It's on spells. On the top in the middle.
Oh, 14.
So every creature is affected in one shape. I think it's half damage if I remember correctly, right? If they fail or if they succeed, rather.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think so.
On a successful save, the creatures take half as much damage. Got it. So I need you to go ahead and roll your 3d8 radiant damage.
After all 3 of them?
That's the damage that it does, 3d8, yeah. Unless you're trying to upcast it, but I don't think you can upcast it yet. What level are you guys, actually?
5.
5.
Yeah, you certainly can't cast 4th level spells yet. Okay, so its total is 6 damage, or half as much if they fail.
Yes.
So you are able to take out a couple of the swarms of rock grubs here. However, it seems like the rats and the eels, you know, the water itself kind of protects them from some of they are able to dive underneath. But you can see many of the other creatures, like you can see the swarms of maggots. Many of them just become lifeless as your spirit guardians swarm through them, and they're constantly taking this damage. The rats in front of you are able to kind of burrow into the rocks to avoid a lot of it, the eel under the water. But you are able to take out a few. But again, they immediately are replaced. Even though you can see some of the bodies become lifeless, many of them are left remaining. And you quickly see that these creatures, I mean, 30 feet for all of them. Oh, that was weird. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. I mean, many of them can move through the water, swarm up the walls, swarm up the bridges. You all are quickly surrounded once again, with your, foremost players being affected. Kyle, I'll say that any attacks against you are going to be made at disadvantage, but either way,
Okay.
what we're going to do is all of these guys can essentially get into range, and they're not swarming, or they are swarming, so they can actually stand on top of you, but they're going to use their movement to get close. They're all fighting with each other as well, so this is all kind of complicated, but all you need to worry about is the ones that are closest to you. So let's see how this works out. Let's see. I'm going to roll for all the same types of creatures at the same time, so you guys will kind of see what that looks like. I'll roll for the rats, and then I'll roll for like eels or maggots or rock grubs or whatever it needs to be. So let's roll for the rats first. Adom gets crit again. I'm so sorry, man.
Brother.
Yeah, I know. You are going to take only 6 points of piercing damage, however. That's 2 crits on you, like back to back. That's rough.
I'm at 13 health.
The rat number 2 here is going to actually attack. They're climbing up Emmy to attack Kyle, again with disadvantage though. And luckily Kyle's able to kind of fend them off, as well as Emmy squirming around, so none of them directly affect Kyle itself. Emmy also avoids damage as this swarm of rats attempts to climb up her as well. Both of you are in a defensive stance, and Evie's able to kind of ward off some of them, stab some with her. I'm sorry, you're using a scimitar, aren't you? So slash some of them off of Emmy's legs as they go up. So all 3 of the rats make their attack, and the only one that lands is the one that attacks Adom. We're going to go ahead and roll for the rock grubs now. We'll say that rock grub number 1 is going to attack Emmy, as is rock grub number 2 in this case. Both. Oh, actually, does an 18 hit you, Emmy?
No.
Damn it. Okay. So the rock grubs, can't make their way through Emmy's armor, even to her boots. Emmy's tightly laced those things. So she's able to ward off the rock grubs that are trying to swarm up her legs. The spirit guardians are buffeting some of them off as well. So it looks like we have those are the 2 rock grubs, and then the eel attack for right now. I assume an Adom or 8 misses Adom. So you guys are being swarmed by these creatures. These are all swarming on top of you, so we'll move those closer. Actually, I think this one was attacking Emmy. This one, Emmy. This one. This one. So these are able to move up, and they're going to get some attacks off this. Maybe not this eel. That seems a little unfair. This eel, these maggots, this eel, and this eel are all going to make attacks as well. Actually, I think this one already did. No, which one did? This one already did? This one did not. So eel number 1 attacking Adom, 14 misses. Eel number 3 attacking Emmy, 25 certainly hits. Emmy, you're going to take 11 points of piercing damage from this eel out here. And Adom, your question answered. It doesn't seem like these seem to be typical eels. There's no electricity running through them. Their bites do not affect anything there.
Safe.
But I need another, let's see, maggots are going to attack. 7 misses Emmy, and another rock grub attack. 10 misses Emmy. So you guys are effectively swarmed by these creatures. Whether they're hungry or whether this is some sort of magic that's driven them, you're unsure, but they are doing their absolute best to cover or to get to you in some way, shape, or form. And you're quickly overrun. Disengaging is obviously your best action, trying to get out of there as quickly as possible, but it looks like even with your movement, they're going to follow you in some way. However, just as Alaric is looking around, trying to find a better place to escape to, you hear everything. You hear nothing almost. It's as if the water itself has stopped. You hear the echoing of your own movements, the scraping of these eels and these rats. They are almost go motionless. As you look to the north, you quickly realize why, as each of you feels this overwhelming presence as this spectral dragon appears from out underneath the waterfall in this hole in the ground where previously you could see the water gushing out from. And as Miram, as Miram, I think it's Mirym, I think is correct.
I think you're saying it right.
Say that again.
You're saying that right.
I have no idea what you just said to me twice. I'm sorry.
He said
You're saying it right.
Oh, thank you. I just couldn't remember how it was spelled. It's Mirrym. Yeah, Miirym. Miram appears, and she flows down, hovering over the river. And as she gets closer, every creature scurries away. They lose all interest in you whatsoever, and they're gone. How I'm going to make them all disappear, I don't know. Didn't think that far ahead.
Oh,
you're fine. Don't worry about it. There you go. Every creature disappears. The rats scurry back into their holes. The eels dive under the water. The maggots seem to dissolve as they let themselves be rushed away by the current, as well as some of the rock grubs. You can see them burrowing into holes underground, back into the dirt and the mud from which they came. As they flow down the river, you can actually see some some of the eels are picking at the grubs as they leave and depart. But Miriam continues to flow down, and witnesses you all, standing there. Oh,
Hello?
there's this goodbye. That rat needs to go too. Let me move some of these out of the way because they're cluttering my screen, and I don't like them. I know you can't see them, but I can see them.
This is the end.
Miriam almost pays you no mind whatsoever. She she glances over the at the party, and she can see that Emmy is she can see Emmy's spirit guardians, but she passes straight through them with like no effect whatsoever. They don't seem. Emmy, if any of you guys know about spirit guardians, you have to declare the creatures, whether you can protect the creatures within them. And Miriam was not declared, but she seems to have no effect whatsoever, or rather, they have no effect on her. As she makes it just past here,
Bye, big fan.
and that was her. That was her action. So, Alaric, if you'd like to do anything, you're more than welcome to. If you'd like to just leave, you're more than welcome to do that. If you'd like to call out,
I,
leave it up to you.
Alaric will try to hide.
Sure. Yeah, you're in the dark. If you'd like, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. Is it you're going to use your bonus action or your full action to do it?
Is I could try bonus action, hide, standing action.
Sure. Yep.
Well, I don't have my cloak anymore in the time being, so
Why don't you have your cloak?
I did note in my bio that I landed it to Evie because she wanted one.
Wait, what?
It to her. You just allowed her to. Oh, you didn't lend it to Evie. I thought you wanted.
I made my own cloak.
She used her cloak. I think
Really?
she was. I think she just used yours to use.
It was
To,
like I used yours as like a guidance, like
Yeah.
for mine, because I have my mean lock hair cloak, which was based off of a cloak of elven kind.
yeah. I think you just
Okay.
assisted her with that, like the research and stuff. But you didn't hand it over to her. You still have it.
Okay then. We'll do a stealth check with
Sure.
with the cloak. Put the hood on.
Okay.
Merge with the surrounding. Let's see. Where is my stealth? Yeah, I have +10 on there. Nice.
Dang.
Nice.
Sneaky boy.
Okay. Advantage. Shake, shake. 24.
Wow.
So the rest of the party looks over at Alaric. They, you're not surprised by it, but it's always a bit of a, almost like looks of admiration. It's almost like a shock, I guess, or just like a moment of disbelief as Alaric slides his hood up over his head and takes a step into just the thinnest piece of shadow that you guys can see, where normal people shouldn't be able to hide. In a place like this, Alaric is able to, and he takes advantage of the difficult terrain. He takes advantage of the rocks around him. And
Stolas, like
yeah,
on the side.
although although the party knows that Alaric is still there, you almost have to squint to even see just the briefest bit of him. However, Alaric, as you step into the shadows, you are more than aware that Miriam can see straight through you. Miriam is not
Shivers. Shivers.
Miriam is not she barely paid you any attention to the party as a whole as she flowed down the river, or flowed down, whatever you want to call this underground river. But at your movement, you take the briefest movement to step into these shadows, and you can see just the flicker of an eye as Miriam glances at you just so briefly, before paying you no mind again. But Alaric, that Miriam can see you, and you did not hide from her at all.
Goosebumps.
Yep.
Alaric didn't have goosebumps.
The little hairs standing up. Every single bit of hair standing up.
That's a good description of it. Yeah.
And then I can't do it. That's my action.
You could try to hide again, but a 24 is pretty darn good.
I'll try to hide again. Hell, what am I gonna lose?
Nothing. I don't know. I assume you can, right? I don't know why you couldn't use your bonus action to hide and then your action to hide again. I don't see why it's not possible. I'm going to let you do it anyway because I think it's cool, but
Hide again.
sure.
Shake, shake. We want 20, so we. Okay, that's not 20.
Damn. What the?
Merge with
Like
the
piss his
surrounding
pants.
again.
One with the rocks.
Yep, a 2D. He became 2D with the.
Alark just turns into a rock.
Stops in her tracks.
Oh God.
As
no.
Miriam was floating past before, Miriam does a double take, and Alaric knows from his first attempt at hiding that although it was nearly perfect, I mean, he did his absolute best. It was still not enough. But Alaric took another second. It takes just a moment longer to see, like, you're almost shocked. These hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Like, how could this creature see me where no other one could? And you notice that just the tip of your foot was out in the open and was just barely lit by some of these ambient lights, this fungus that is around. And Alaric barely shifts his foot into the shadows and nearly disappears. And Miriam stops in her tracks. As Miriam's in her thoughts, you can't really tell, but she gets this like look on her face as if at first she could see something and then it was gone. However, she takes that extra moment. She takes that extra second to look past. And Alaric, you know that you were hidden from her for just a second. You were able to, deceive the dragon, so to speak. You were able to hide from the dragon. But as she focuses her full attention on you, you know that she can't see you out in the open, but she stares straight through that rock that you're hiding behind. And she just stops and stares. That's your bonus action and your full action. Any movement that you'd like to take? I don't know if I recommend it.
I'll be shitting bricks.
Yep, that's
Shitting bricks
exactly
right now.
Kyle, it's your turn.
Oh man.
Should we talk to him? To her?
I mean, you're the one that knows the most about her.
Not really. They're just stories. Oh God. Hello, Miriam. I'm a big fan. I've read the books about you. I bet hopefully they're true or not true. I don't know. Oh God. Kyle's slowly moving back.
Holy shit. This is an intimidating.
I didn't think this was gonna be real. Oh God. Have you seen a pale man named Kaden around here?
Like I said, she's like staring daggers through this rock.
Alaric is literally praying and doing everything.
He's breathing so heavy right now. Like, God.
However, at the sound of Kalen's name, Miriam is actually shaken out of it. She glances over at you really quick, glances behind the rock, and kind of smiles. She I don't know, as much as a dragon can smile. I don't know if you've ever seen a dragon smile, but her face,
evil like.
Her face. I mean, not all dragons are evil. Miriam's not necessarily evil anymore, but her face lightens. Just the briefest mimic, the briefest look of a smile as her like lip curls at the very end, and she lets out this huff. And begins to make her way back over to you. Again, standing, 10 feet, let's say, from Emmy, well within the range of her spirit guardians, and they just seem to dissipate. The place where she stands, it's as if the spirit guardians can't even occupy the space that she's in. And Miriam, in a slow, like, deep voice, is, Kalen, yes. Kalen is directly through those doors behind you.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. My name is Kyle. Nice to meet you.
You can tell your friend behind the rock he does not need to hide from me. I can see him.
Like, what are you doing? Nani?
Alaric frozen from fear.
Um.
To
Oh,
talk to him, I'll give you a little bit more, but move on to Adam's turn.
yeah.
See,
I think that'd be my
Adam
turn.
right now does not even want to speak to this dragon because man's is hurting. Like,
Yeah, you can
still at
you can
13.
take a potion, or you can do whatever you want.
I'm looking at my inventory right now. I Mina Avda. Oh wait, one common potion. Yeah.
Wait, do I have?
Miriam sees you reach for your potion. Do you have what, Alaric? Do you have a potion? Is that what you're asking?
I was gonna say, but it's not my turn, so
Yeah, no worries. Miriam glances over at you and she sees you drawing a potion from your pocket, and she recognizes that it's not a threat at all. But as you raise it to your lips, she responds. She's like, "No need for that," and she lets out a breath over. It's just this misty breath that expels from her nostrils, and it surrounds you, Adom. And as it does, Emmy, I think you took some damage as well. You just barely, the mist passes by you on its way to Adom, and Adom, your wounds are completely healed. The little marks left by the eels as it lashed out, the gouges that it left in your calf or your foot as you made that running jump, the little marks left behind by the rock grubs, all of that is completely healed and cured. You and Emmy both are returned to full health.
Damn.
I'm
Whoa.
hurt too.
Breezy nature.
As you hide from her. I'm hurt too. Help me, please.
Imagine,
Right.
imagine how the spite she heals the rock.
Anything else you'd like to say as like a free action, Adon?
You have my gratitude.
Miriam, blinks her eyes slowly at you. It's not even a nod. It's just an acknowledgement of your words, really.
Hey, that's all I need.
Evie.
Thank you so much for your help in that situation. Really appreciate it.
Do not thank me. I was merely passing by. I was as unaware of those creatures as I was nearly unaware of you until your friend tried to step into the shadows.
Said y'all were on my level. God damn.
But
Get on my
As is
level.
not
if I were,
surprising,
if I was
considering
able,
your granddaughter.
what were you saying? I'm sorry.
So, as is not surprising, considering your grand presence.
You can tell that she's a little. She likes being flattered a little bit, as most dragons do. And if my presence was able to aid you, then you are most welcome.
Evie's gonna bow her head.
Emmy?
She's a bit speechless for once.
Yeah. Miriam's an intimidating
Yeah.
creature. Would you like to continue your spirit guardians?
Oh, she's gonna dismiss that.
Okay, probably for the best in this situation.
Yeah.
Emmy's concentration on the spirit guardians end, and the light around you, the area dims for everybody just briefly. And Miriam doesn't even respond. Again, it's as if they weren't there in the first place for her. So you dismissing them was, of no consequence. Anything else you'd like to do or say?
Abby just awkwardly bows, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Emmy sees Evie bow to the just behind her and kind of does the same thing awkwardly, trying not to step into the water and disturb anything there, but you're safe. Miriam glances at each of you one last time, and Alaric again, as you're still standing in the shadows, but you can feel Miriam's gaze on you as she she just one last thing. She just terrible thing that happened to Janusi. Please do find out what happened to him. And she drifts off. She wanders away down the
Swim,
river,
swim,
far and out of your sight into the darkness.
swim, swim.
Now.
Bye.
As each of you, as Miriam leaves your presence, each of you feel obviously there was a sense of dread as she entered, unsureness. Miriam was clearly a being of, great power when she's alive, when she was alive, and clearly she's retained a lot of that power even in death, being bound to Candlekeep for as long as she has been. But you get this feeling that although she wished you well, although she, advised you, like I hope you, are able to find out what happened to Janusi. Each of you, without even an insight check, without even trying, you kind of realize two things. One, she doesn't really care, and two, she probably already knows, and that probably leaves each of you with like more questions than actually true answers. It seems like she was saying that more out of a formality than of any actual interest or care or confusion that her words may have implied. But we will consider that combat over. Initiative is no longer necessary. But we do need to rearrange our roles or rearrange our turn order so that we can get back into the swing of things. I don't even remember what it was. Alaric was first, I think.
I was last.
Kyle. Yeah, go
And I
ahead.
was second to last. I think it was Alaric, Emmy, Adam, me, and then Kyle. I think.
Wait. Really?
Yeah.
Is this when we both rolled the 8s?
Yeah, but you didn't add your modifier. So it brought you up to like
true.
11 or
11,
something.
This is when we rolled the flat d20 at the beginning to talk about, or to do talking order. Initiative and talking order are different. So initiative was what just happened, but talking order was Alaric, Emmy, Adam, Evie, Kyle. We can go back and double check.
Okay, it's okay.
I mean, I'm good with where I'm at.
I'm good with this.
It was actually Alaric, Evie, Emmy, Adam, Kyle.
Oh, okay. See, this one makes this makes more
Alaric,
sense.
Evie,
I
Emmy.
thought I rolled a 3 for this first check, or an 8, on the first actual check. I rolled an 8 both times.
There we go. This is the correct order. If you guys can see the screen there.
Okay.
Talking order?
That is the talking order. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So again, we've left combat, so you guys can interact with the world however you like. Adam, you are free to go first. As I mentioned, everything seems, as Miriam leaves, you start to hear again the rushing of water outside. You hear the trickling. It seems like even some of the rocks now have started to settle as you've rushed across. Some of you have jumped across. You're still on difficult terrain, but you're not under any threat, so navigating it is not really a problem. That
Emmy,
being
get out the water.
yeah, that being said, it doesn't seem like the creatures that were there before don't seem to have any interest in reappearing again. So you guys are safe for now, but only for now. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You guys go ahead.
Well, those maggots made me lose my appetite.
Yeah.
I was eating cookies. I stopped.
As I said before, you can see the structure ahead of you. It seems to be made of stone. It is mostly built into the walls here, and the staircase, these steps, although old, do seem to lead up to it. And up ahead here, even though it's kind of in the shadow, you can see that there is an old. It's partially broken. It doesn't seem like the latch is really held up anymore, but the doors do seem partially closed as light filters down. And you could definitely see that the top of these stairs are lit much better than the rest of them. So, Alaric, you are up. If you'd like to do whatever you like. Talk to the party, talk to me, talk to the world.
Alaric will take a moment to gather himself because never been this close to a creature like that ever, you know. And he'll just ask if we're sure we're gonna like how like he's just gonna ask, are we sure are we gonna do this? Like I don't know what to expect anymore.
Evie will pat Alaric on the shoulder and just kind of be like, "It's okay. We got this. Let's go."
Well, lead the way.
Hell no. I said we got this. I didn't say I'm the leading it.
w- Fine.
I'm a
Can
tiny pink fairy. What the fuck do you expect from me? Other than being
Alaric
cute.
will. So we all agree on moving forward. He will look
Yeah.
at everybody for like approval, nod, anything.
Yeah, it should be safe.
I'll go
Thumbs up.
first.
My hero.
I mean,
Go
I have
ahead.
this. I have armor, so I could take the hits. I just don't want to be swarmed by bugs again.
Imagine having armor.
Poor Emmy. You're always getting swarmed by some bugs.
I hate it so much.
She probably smell like honey.
Oh no!
You're so sweet.
No. Can we just go?
Take a moment to just my mouse was really messing up and I was like, what in the world is happening? I had literally a piece of cat nail in the lens of my mouse. This is why I don't let my cat on my mouse pad, that little hoe bag. Okay. But my mouse is not broken, so
Okay.
this just
That
reinforces
makes sense.
why he's not
Kitty
allowed
did
on my
you-
mouse pad.
Kitty did you dirty.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I was like, what is happening right now? I look down and there's like literally a piece of his nail in the like covering the lens. Okay. Sorry, I just had to get that out. So as a party, you guys have decided you're moving up into this chamber, yes?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
slowly.
Sure.
We're stealthy.
Yeah, no problem. So you step up. If you're going to do it stealthily, go ahead and everybody roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay, time to merge with the environment again.
My friend.
One.
You and your single decision.
I have been getting nothing but 8 rolls. I beg
Ooh.
you. I'm switching my dice. I'm switching my dice.
I have 6 in total.
26 total.
11.
Up to the beginning of the shadow, if you will.
Weave. I
In
jumped
whatever
that.
marching order you like.
I'm definitely gonna be in the front alongside Emmy.
I'll
Thank
stick
you.
behind Emmy.
Give me a sec. Lark will be just right here.
I think you can
Dolus.
Dolus to you if you want to.
Yeah, I'm not using my mouse, so it's hard to do it on
Here,
the
I'll do it
tablet.
for you then. Give me a second.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so Ada, which of you opening the door?
Did Emmy use her turn already?
Stealth, all of you rolled. Yeah,
Oh,
that doesn't matter to me.
I mean, I could open it. I don't mind.
Sure. So, Anon, you reach out, and as I said, the latch on the door, you can see light streaming out from it, and you peek in, and nothing, you don't hear anything, you don't see anything out of the ordinary there. So you reach up to push in the door with the busted latch, and you can see inside. And it is a rather, it's a decently sized room. You maybe can't see quite over here yet since you're not there, but there are various candelabra lit across the room. The place is not, in pitch blackness or anything like that. Cobwebs cover parts of the area. This is not a very well kept space, but you can see that there are various tomes and bookshelves and other pieces of equipment and magical apparati or apparatuses. Is that an apparati a word? Apparatus side?
No idea what you mean.
Apparatus. Anyway,
Words.
words, magical things, doodads and doohickeys. Okay, thingamabobs. I got plenty. But who cares? No big
Gizmo
deal.
gadget.
I want more. They're all here. Disney, don't sue me. You can, yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary appears directly in front of the door.
Takes 2 quick glances and 1 step in.
You're as safe as you can be given the situation.
Yeah, I'm just inspecting everything. So
Oh,
You-
Kaylin. Yep.
Hello?
Wow.
So as you enter the room, you can see that there's a couple of doorways to the north. Some of them seem to be collapsed. This one appears to have been. There's a hole in the ground here, and some planks have been placed over it that kind of lead into this upper north area. Several cobwebs block the path. A lot of cobwebs. It looks like that has been just taken over by a swarm of spiders, by a nice little family. This passage here in the middle appears to be caved in. The walls on the side are all collapsed. You can kind of see past it if you try, but it's pretty much been completely collapsed. This path over here, though, does seem to be somewhat clear if you'd like to go that way.
Evie thinks that maybe we should clear the rest of this large room before we go down a hall.
Sure.
I agree.
Okay.
Whatever you think you would like to do, you can do it, and I'll tell you what to roll if necessary. What is Alaric's goals here? Evie's spoken. Evie thinks that investigating or clearing out this main room is more important first. What does Alaric think? Nothing. Alaric thinks nothing. Okay. Evie.
What?
No.
She might have muted herself. No, she's not deafened or muted.
Okay. Well, I would like to clear the rest of this room, so maybe perception for the areas.
Are you looking for something in particular? In particular, are you like what exactly are you looking for? Given
Creatures, traps, potential threats.
Oh,
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 maybe
sh-
she disconnected.
maybe the internet.
Yeah.
she out of Discord? I can't hear
Yeah.
the noise. Okay, yeah, she did leave. Okay.
So can I do? So should I do like a perception or?
Perception will be perfectly fine. If you're looking for like the the presence of something, if you're looking for threats, if you're doing anything like that, perception would be perfect. So go ahead and roll for that.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna do my modifier. 25.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can we say that Alaric does a perception for like another side where maybe my perception doesn't reach since she kind of dipped out on accident?
Yeah, I'll just say that you guys both are doing the same thing, right?
Okay.
Anyone else who would like to join? Anyone else plan on perceiving? Go ahead and roll for that now too, and I'll do a group roll.
Thank you.
Check.
I'm
If you're
looking for Kaylin.
okay, so
Does that
Kyle,
count?
you're probably going to be rolling an investigation check. If you're looking for signs of Kaylin specifically, you're going to be investigating the area versus like a strict perception check.
Okay.
So Emmy, you can decide whether you're going to help Evie, Adom, and Alaric to do a perception check, looking for threats and various other things, or if you're going to help Kyle do like investigate, looking specifically for Caitlin.
See that? Change my dice.
I'll do a perception.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that as well. You guys are great. I really appreciate you clearing your dice. If you could wait to clear your dice until I like read them and average everything out, because if I'm averaging roll, I need to see the numbers. So,
Sorry.
you
Mine
guys,
was
no, it's all good.
25.
Yeah, I think I was just looking essentially if Emmy rolled too low to lower the average because Adam rolled I think a 16. So
Okay.
I think you guys are fine regardless. But yeah,
Wait, do you do average before or after the modifiers?
after yeah, of course.
Oh, because I have a 3 modifier in perception, so I total 19.
Yeah. So Emmy was the lowest roll. It didn't affect the average enough to change it. So you guys are okay.
Okay.
Kyle rolls 16 in total, or what's your modifier? Is there a modifier on top of it?
21 total.
Okay, perfect.
Investigation.
Yeah. So Evie, Adam, Emmy, Alaric, you all kind of spread out around the room, looking for any kind of threat, making sure that there's nothing that's going to jump out at you, that you're not going to be swarmed by, rats, maggots, land eels. I don't know. Anything. You're still on edge, right? After being attacked in the water, you're still a little bit on edge. And so far, nothing comes up. This place is clearly run down. It doesn't look like it's been very trafficked at all. I would say for your perception rolls, for you looking around, this almost seems just like another abandoned area. However, Miriam specifically said that Kaylin was through those doors. So Kyle, you begin, investigating. You take a look around after the room's been cleared. You look around yourself, and you do see that through the dirt and through the grime and everything, there does appear to be. So sorry.
Okay.
Does appear to be a set of footprints that, in fact, does lead away from the door and down to the south area in the direction where Evie left. Or not left, but moved it down towards. So the footsteps lead down past Evie into this direction.
Found footprints. They're leading this way. We
Down here with you guys for now. Alrighty, Kyle. As you again round the corner and follow the footsteps even further, you can see that there is in fact a single statue of what appears to be a rather large cobra. And although the rest of the cobra is dusty and seems to be left alone for a long time, the head of the cobra appears to be slightly shiny.
We should go rub it.
If you'd like to rub the cobra, then by all means. Alaric's gone, so you're first to act if you'd like.
Oh God.
let's make sure that it's not trapped and we blow up.
Yeah.
Was
You can roll a perception check, or anyone can, or a check for traps, if that's what you guys would like to do. Oh, there's
Yeah.
Alaric. Wait, how's Alaric rolling?
I don't know.
that wasn't you?
I didn't roll it.
I thought that was you.
I guess she's on. What the fuck?
Oh,
What
maybe
does that
she's
mean?
on her. She said she wasn't on her computer, so she might be on her phone.
Yeah, but
But I don't know how she can hear me.
hear
Oh,
us.
she might be watching the stream. Maybe she's watching the stream
Oh.
on her phone. So she rolled a person. I'm gonna assume that's what's happening.
okay.
It says she might have rolled with advantage. Oh, because of Stolas, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. So she rolled a 16. We'll say that's high enough. I don't care about her modifiers right now. She checks the surrounding area for traps, and while she doesn't find anything nefarious as far as traps are concerned, she does actually find in the wall here there seems to be two creases. It's almost as if a hidden doorway is behind this specific candelabra. Now, do you want to pet the snake, Evie?
Yeah.
Perfect, yeah. You do. You step up and pet the snake, and sure enough,
Welcome back, Laura.
welcome back.
Hey, sorry, internet issues.
It's all good. Was that you rolling? Could you hear me, or were you just rolling things?
No, me?
Yeah, your owlbear was rolling things for you.
It was probably lagged because I was no internet.
Out. So
Yeah.
I was just giving
Good
you the
timing.
yeah. I asked for a perception check, or I was gonna say Alaric rolls a perception check, and all of a sudden you rolled with advantage, and I was like, oh, maybe that's Stolas. Maybe she's using Stolas to do a perception check, and it worked. So, but anyway, you used up your perception check. You found out that there was some kind of hidden door in the wall there. With an investigation check from Kyle, you determined that the head of the cobra statue there was pretty shiny. So Evie decided that she was going to rub it. And yeah, as I was just about to say, the door, that invisible door, or the hidden door, does swing open. And you are greeted by a... That doesn't make any sense. Ah, that makes even less sense. Okay. Well, something weird is going to happen. You're just going to have to go with it for a second. When I did this, I didn't realize that that's what this was. So we're just going to make believe. That's all we're doing anyway, right?
I was say I thought that's
Make
I thought
believe.
that's what did.
Yeah. So as the door swings open, you enter into this area, and I know that this looks like a wall, and that's because it should be. But we're gonna say that it's not there. It's like it's like an overhang, right? So rather than it's being a wall with a candelabra on the front of it, it's gonna be like
Like an overhead.
Steps.
yeah,
A
not a
platform.
step. This is just like a beam with a chandelier hanging over it.
Yeah.
So there's these patterns in the ground here, and this whole area is just open. And sure enough, Evie, as you open the door and kind of peek in, you can indeed see Kalen, and he appears to be kneeling over this like dais here.
What does this look like, a boss battle? Oh crap! I'm moving Evie.
Has the scary music started yet?
The boss music, no.
Boss music.
Which brings us to
That's
Emmy. Emmy, you are up.
Oh, I moved someone by accident. Sorry.
I think you moved me.
Oops.
She gets back in here and is like, let's get this fucking party started.
Get that.
I guess she'll take a step in.
Sure. Yep.
Please no boss battle music. Please no boss battle music.
Yeah, you glance around the room as well. Kalen, or rather, the person you assume to be Kalen, he's facing away from you, but you recognize him. The room is decently lit up. As I said, there are these patterns on the ground, but nothing really out of the ordinary is standing out to you. And nothing changes really as you take your few steps in.
Oof.
Any actions or anything you'd like to do or say?
Can I see what Kaylin is doing?
Sure, make a perception check. $15 total.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you can see that it appears there's a small space in the middle, and I know this looks like a chest, and that's because on the map it is, but pretend it's a rug or something. I don't care. Along the sides here are like old tomes. You can't even pick out the titles from this distance probably, but they're just old books, and they seem to be some of the best, or they seem to be in some of the best condition of any of the books that you've seen so far. And Kalen is kneeling on this this rug, this dais in front of what appears to be some kind of arcane image that's on this northern wall. His arms are outstretched, and he appears to be in some kind of meditative state. His breathing is slow. His demeanor is steadfast. He's not moving much. You can see the rise and fall of his shoulders, but other than that, you can't even see the flinching of his muscles as he's sitting in this position. Other than that, though, nothing really stands out about him in particular.
Hmm.
He's not mumbling anything. He's not humming anything. It's as if he's just kneeling in meditation.
Hmm. Do I recognize the symbol on the wall?
No, I would say absolutely not. They're not of any religion that you're familiar with. The arcane, no, I don't think so. I mean, I'll let you try to roll for it, maybe.
Okay.
But I don't even know, so I'll have to make this up.
For religion?
I mean, you can roll whatever you like, but we're gonna have to make it up as we go.
Either way, they're both -1. Oh, she doesn't know.
Yeah,
She's
that's
too dumb.
yeah. Yeah,
Um,
you recognize the symbols on the floor, the symbols on the wall are, beyond anything that you've studied or experienced so far in your life.
right. So Emmy will call out to the others, like she found them.
Perfect.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Ada. It is your turn.
So Adon walks in slowly but surely. Looks around.
Emmy has waved you in. You can see the same things that she sees, really.
But Emmy doesn't know what these symbols are.
No, I mean, no.
Well,
she
does
does not.
anyone? I know. No. I think no one does right now. Can Adom do a history check to see if he's seen these in anything that he's seen before from other places?
Sure. Go ahead.
New dice, same problem. What is this?
Yeah, nothing stands out to you either. It's nothing that you recognize, either on the floor or on the wall.
Adom walks to the other side of the room. Looks at Kayla. Looks at allegedly Kayla, and just waits for the rest to come in.
Yep.
Hello. Oh, hey, Kaylin. Is this your house?
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
As Kyle speaks, you can see Kalen's shoulders kind of deflate a little bit. He was in this upright meditative position, but at the sound of Kyle's voice, his shoulders fall, and he slowly turns his head to Kyle, and you can hear him. There's this tone of disappointment in his voice, and
Oh.
for a moment there, I almost thought you and your friends were going to leave me till I was done with my meditations.
Oh, whoops.
We can be quiet.
No,
I can leave.
It's too late now.
Too late.
I don't know
Well-
why you're here, but it seems you've come a long way to see me. And he stands up and brushes himself off and turns, and he looks like the gate warden that you've met on a couple of occasions now. He stands tall. He's in his long robes. He doesn't appear to be armed, but you know him to be, an archmage. He is one of the strongest people here in Candlekeep. Strongest humans, anyway.
So cool.
And yeah,
Well, sorry to disturb you. I thought you were sleeping or something.
No, not sleeping, communing. And
Okay.
let's see. I think we're rotating up to the top. Alaric? Unless you'd like to roll a check of some kind. Do you want to action other than just talking with Kaylin? We'll go ahead and type that in so you guys know who it is.
Well, Kyle, just thought he was just sleeping.
Uh, uh, there was only one question that popped up in my mind. What are you doing here?
As I said, I'm communing with the old gods, the dead gods, the forgotten gods.
Does anybody know you're here?
I imagine so. They sent you here, didn't they, to find me? I imagine.
What? Why is this?
Am I incorrect in assuming that? Did you just happen to stumble across this location?
No comment. What a strange place to pray.
Not if you're praying to the right gods.
Well, I look at my party, like, go ahead.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
Ask her questions. I have no questions right now. I need to think a little bit.
Okay.
Out of character, that's.
As Evie steps in, Kalen like shakes his head briefly. He's like, "How many of you are there?"
Oh, just us.
Enough.
He looks at Adom's little comment and like he gives you the up and down, right? Like he's sizing you up, and he looks at you and no offense to you, sir, but I doubt it. And then turns back to Evie as if your presence in the room, deserves some kind of attention.
Hi, my name's Evie.
Caitlin.
So, yes, you're right. We were sent to find you by Skoda, but I mean, we were gonna probably try and find you anyway. Talk about this whole unfortunate situation with Janesse and kind of get your thoughts and see where you were and the night of the dinner and that morning.
Now that you mention it, I do recognize you. You were there when I was dismissed from this case this morning by Skoda herself. So, as
Yeah,
I'm
that was
sure you're
awkward.
aware, Skoda has no interest in my opinion, so I don't see why you should.
Because I'm not Skoda.
That is true.
And maybe you have a thought or view or opinion that could bring something new to the investigation that maybe she couldn't see for herself.
Saying this because you mean it? Are you saying this because you think he could contribute to the investigation, or is Evie saying this because, or are you lying, right? Or are you accusing him? Do you assume that he has something to do with it?
No, I'm being genuine.
Okay, then go ahead and roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay.
Ooh.
Can I give guidance?
Why not?
Almost. Spirit lady, guide the wheel.
Okay, so
Recognizes the spell that that Evie or that Emmy is casting. He recognizes, the words that are being said, the motions that are being made, the prayers to her, potential goddess. And although he acknowledges the magic, he does not do anything to stop it from happening.
well, I rolled a 20 anyways.
That is always nice. Emmy, do you want to go ahead and add your guidance to it? D4.
Okay.
Is that 20 with your modifiers, Evie?
Yes. It was an 18 plus 2.
Okay.
And plus 3, so 23.
Takes a moment to look over each of you again, and he uses a moment to think. He looks at each of you a couple of times, right? You're an interesting party of half elves, humans, Kirkpa, fairy, tiefling, right? Like you're not a typical group of individuals. You're a weird group, and he hears Evie's words, and at first, Adom's words he didn't necessarily perceive as a threat, just more of self assurance or like self not, I guess, boasting, for lack of a better word, right? And he respects it. Um, but also, again, not necessarily to put Adom in his place or the party in his place, but just also letting Adom and the group know I was put in this position for a reason. And he nods to Evie and nods to the group, and you can see him. I don't know. Kaylin is a very upright person. But it's very similar, I guess, in nature to what you just saw Miriam do. Not necessarily a smile, but the stiffness in him dissolves just briefly. He lets down his guard a minuscule amount, and he starts talking to you a little bit more freely. Yes, I in fact did do a bit of investigating. As I'm sure you're aware, as the as the warden here, the gate warden of Candlekeep, I was one of the first people notified of Janusi's death. I rushed to his room. I secured the area. I put Todrick in charge, and I immediately left to put the castle and the surrounding area into lockdown. I had the gate secured. I had Janusi's room and the keeper's tower locked down, and I began a brief investigation, which I decided to, or rather, after it was concluded and I gathered as much information as I could, I returned to Skoda to inform her of my findings when, as you are well aware, I was removed from my position. I was told that my help was no longer needed. I was not to assist in the investigation, and I went about my business of making sure that Candlekeep had its guards in place, and I have spent the remaining time down here.
Well, I definitely appreciate your quickness to act, but she didn't really give you a chance to disclose your findings. Would you be willing to disclose them with us?
But maybe you could tell me what you found.
Hmm.
We'll go ahead with Emmy's turn, but before that, he goes on to express some more concerns. Similarly to how Feminor, was kind of concerned as well. He discusses how it's kind of convenient that on the day of Janusi's death, that a party of adventurers shows up on the doorstep of Candlekeep, and they just happen to be completing a job for Alchrist, who is very well, or very well could be a suspect in this murder, and he wants to know where you all came from, to discern. He wants to hear your story. Why are you here? Who are you? Why did you agree to help? And if your answers are, sufficient, then we can go into exchanging information about the murder, because it was indeed a murder. So, Emmy, you are up. You are free to respond to any of the questions that he, or any of the statements that he just made, or you can roll another check. You can, whatever you want to do.
Can I ask my teammates what I should do?
You can certainly look around if you'd like. You can look for some assistance.
Yeah, I would like to look for some assistance then with this.
Are you deferring your turn, or would you just like some advice?
I, um, I guess differ.
Adon, it'll be up to you. You're up next.
I mean, this is obviously after everything that was mentioned about Kaylan and Adam's interaction, given how Kaylan saw things, which I can say Kaylan misunderstood the me saying enough when he asked how many people are us.
Sure.
Adam walks back over to the rest of the group, but doesn't explain to Kaylan why yet. Just yet. I'm not gonna explain why I said enough until this interaction is over. But Adam in general does not have any questions for Kaylan specifically. It wasn't Kaylan that I had questions for.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me, an insight check, if you would.
That works. Shake, shake, shake. Uh-huh. Okay.
Adon, you've had a history of fighting some strong individuals. You were trained with Dragonborn. You have served directly under royalty as a knight. You have traveled across the Sword Coast. You have traveled across the ocean and the seas and trained under some very strong people. And you've gotten pretty good, as is the rest of your party. But as a practitioner of martial arts, as someone who's used to sizing individuals up, the first thing you notice about Kalen is he's not physically. His presence is, or rather, he's not physically intimidating, I suppose you can say.
I was gonna say commanding, but
yeah, he's commanding, but it's not his physicality that does it. He does stand tall. He stands as if he belongs. He stands and speaks as if he was in charge. But it's not the size of Kalen or his muscles or the way he moves his body necessarily that makes him commanding. Kalen emanates strength. He's not just speaking as if he's commanding. You understand that he is a powerful individual. If any one of your party was in a one-on-one combat, 2-on-1 combat, 3-on-1 combat with Kalen, you would probably be defeated fairly quickly. As a party, it might be possible for you to restrain, to stop, maybe even to kill Kalen, but it's a very likely that not all of you would make it out with your life. So you don't perceive him as a threat right now. He's not giving off any aura of wanting to attack you. In fact, with Evie's words, he seems less defensive now than maybe he was when you first entered. He's not a threat to you, but he is certainly dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So, moving next to your party might have been, a good option, I suppose. Okay, so I think that leads us to Kyle.
So he said he just wants to get to know us, or why we're here.
He wants to know your intent, right? Why are you here? Who are you? Why did you decide to help? And then you guys can exchange information on what you found investigating and what he found investigating, if he finds your responses to be adequate.
Well, my name is Kyle. As you know, Alcaraz gave us the job. Well, we're adventurers. We were looking for a job and we took this one. And you said you wanted to know where we're from. Is that what you said?
Like, where you're just confirming all the details. Where did you take the job? Where are you traveling from?
Well,
things like that.
We took the job from Waterdeep, and from Waterdeep we came here. We delivered the stuff for Alcaraz, and then we took the investigation task.
You say you're adventurers and you took the job coming down here, but what could Skoda have offered you to for you to offer your assistance to her. She's not in charge of the funds here at Candlekeep, and to the best of my knowledge, Candlekeep is not the wealthiest of locations. So what could she have offered to you?
Well, I think the funding was given by Alcrest, not Skoda exactly.
No. Your job from Waterdeep or your job for Alchrist, I imagine, was paid for either by the person posting the job or by Alchrist himself. But Skoda hired you as investigators, correct? What could she have possibly offered you to motivate you to do such a thing?
I guess just a regular payment.
Coin.
I guess to help with the investigation. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. We just want to help as well.
Actually, does Kyle believe he's being truthful?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Amy, you can go ahead and roll a persuasion check too.
Can I tell him where I'm from?
If you'd like to, yeah.
Like, out of character, should we try and explain to him like our actual situation?
I don't know. Telling him about this is an alternate timeline. It is kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't think he would believe it.
Different dimensions and stuff, I feel like wouldn't be too new to him, right?
Well, he seems the religious type, so I don't think you know much about that.
Well, he's extremely powerful with magic and things like that. I thought maybe
There's
that
this.
would lend
It
him
doesn't.
insight.
I don't think there's extremely knowledgeable people, but it doesn't mean that they. If you know what I mean.
That was all.
But we can try. I don't know. What did you want me to roll again? Sorry. Persuasion. Okay. 19 plus plus 1, so 20 total.
Leave those rolls up on the board for me.
Okay.
We're going to end Kyle's turn with those comments. You went ahead and told him, essentially how you got here, that you accept the job with accept the job from Skoda for some form of payment.
I'm from the High Forest.
Oh, cool. So you're
northeast from Waterdeep. That's where I'm from.
He nods his head and, in acceptance of, thanking you for where he's from, more or less, or thanking you for telling him where you're from. Alaric, you were up. Anything you'd like to add or confirm or change or do outside of what Kyle has said?
No, but well, give me a second. Okay, did we ask him? We did ask him about the dinner, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, we have
single thing.
Okay.
He's right now. He's not willing to share much information with you until he can determine whether you're, who you say you are. I guess more or less. So you can do whatever you like.
Can I what do you exactly suggest we do to prove that we like what do you want to see? What do you want to hear exactly?
Pretty good judge of character. Speak your truth, and I will determine whether or not I trust you or not. Is there anything more for us to do? If you'd like, I can probe your mind, but that seems a little rude at the meeting of individuals. If you'd like, I'm more than happy to do so.
Out of character, do I let him do that?
Character, that seems like it kind of violates the whole premise of trust for having him probe our minds like this. But if
if he's letting him though.
If
but
that's the thing, like
He's
If-
asking for permission.
He's asking for permission, but if he probes, then he's going to know the real situation of how we got here and stuff. That was why I was kind of like wondering if
that's
you just tell him the truth, like
Yeah,
that.
now I'm convinced. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Take hello, consequences of our actions. Can I change my mind now?
So yes or no? Because I do have a plan on my head, but I don't want to do anything without consent, like party consent.
Listen to your heart.
Yeah, we can't make
Okay,
any decision.
okay. So Alark is all frustrated with the whole, investigation. He's not a good investigator by all means, and he's just getting really tired of the whole thing. So he's like opens his arm, he's like, "Go ahead, read my mind. I don't care anymore." Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, he'll stand right in the middle. Also, hold Stolas for me.
Yes.
Tells Evie to
I
hold
got
Stolas.
So you
Evie's gonna
Hold my
nervously
beer.
pet Solus.
Larry's like, hold my beer.
You said, "But
confirms that you're within range, and Kalen locks eyes with Alaric. Um, what is your immediate thoughts, Alaric? Is it that you just don't care anymore? That you feel out of
I just want to find this killer.
the killer of our friend."
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So Kalen reaches out, and you can feel him, start to probe around your mind, and it feels a little bit interesting. It's almost as if like a limb has fallen asleep, and you can feel that static kind of fall over your mind. It's interesting. It's not an oppressive feeling. It's just uncomfortable at first, and he feels your immediate thoughts of frustration. Right, Alaric is a fighter, not necessarily someone who's good at this, or someone who grew up in this grew up in the streets and had to fight for his life and things like that. But as he does, you almost feel like this calmness around you. Like the thoughts that he's bringing out in your mind are not something that Alaric initially thought of. And while at first you are frustrated, he brings up memories of you having to figure out ways to get into houses as you were a child, to break in, like you as a thief. Or he brings up ways that as an assassin you had to track your targets, you had to figure out what their paths and their motives and their patterns and their schedules. And Alaric goes into the situation initially frustrated with his inability to do something, but you start to realize that like Alaric has the skills to do this. He's been doing it his entire life. It's just that in this case, rather than using his skills to kill someone, now he's trying to use those skills to solve the murder of someone else, right? The skills are there. It's just the way that you interpret them has changed. But Kalen begins to dive deeper, as Alaric has given him permission. Are you consenting to fail the saving throw on purpose?
Uh, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. There's no secrets.
I mean, is there anything that you're trying to protect? Is there anything that you would not like
Oh,
Kalen to
yeah.
know?
Just childhood and the goal that he, the other than he might have said a little bit of his like skills and all, but he's gonna protect something like past that
Okay.
like you know family problems and shit like that.
Sure.
Your set of skills and
personal
stuff like
stuff.
that.
Mhm. No. It's just
Okay.
past.
Don't go past that far. He he asks you about where you were this morning and the images of you being inside Candlekeep, opening a book appear in front of him, and then your mind shifts to you being outside of Candlekeep in the snow, miles outside the gates, and these images, flash through, and he asks you, "Did you know Janusi?" And Alaric, your only memory of knowing Janusi before was of him standing on the wall as the mob was entering into Candlekeep. So he sees images of that, and Kalen at the party, you could all see like his brow furrow. He's seeing these images, but as the gate warden of Candlekeep, that's nothing that he's ever experienced before. And he asks you why you're here. And again, Alaric's brain goes back to the book in Candlekeep, and Alaric is pulled into this book, or rather, the pages of the book surround Alaric and bring him here. And the connection between Alaric's mind and Kalen's mind, it is abruptly stopped. As Kalen is almost dumbstruck. Like he doesn't know what to think, and he like looks at his hands, and he looks at himself, and he looks at you, and he looks at you like directly in your eyes. He's not in your brain anymore. He's not in your mind, but he asks you directly, Alaric. He's like, "Am I real? Do I exist?"
Oh
Oh.
god.
Oh God, we broke him. Oh God.
Way to go, Alar.
Oh,
Uh,
over here.
We
uh,
don't know.
I don't know. I am not that proficient in magic. I just learned it recently.
I have a question for you, Jonathan. In this situation, would you be able to do an Arcana check? Anyone in our party?
Yeah, anyone can do it. Can I check at any time as long as you like? It depends what you're.
No,
You know,
I
yeah.
mean, like, in terms of figuring out like magic spells or recalling any magic that would see if he's like an after image or something like that, like a ghost, anything that would allude to him talking about him
Tell you. I
not
mean,
being real.
that's Adom knows. Like all of you know, he's asking because as you've heard him verbalizing these questions to Alaric. You all know the answer. You all know where the party was this morning. You know how you got here. So you can only imagine what the images that Kalen is seeing, and so you know that he's seen where you were this morning. You know that he's seen exactly how you got here. He knows that you all entered this world, this realm, this plane of existence, whatever you want to call it, through a book, through some kind of magic, right? And for all intents and purposes, every person that you've interacted with so far has been operating on the knowledge or on the understanding that this actually happened, that Janusi died this morning, that they're real people, right? They don't belong to a story. This is like, think of like Inception, right? This is a dream inside of a dream. This is a alternate world inside of a game called Dungeons and Dragons. Kalen doesn't understand that he doesn't exist, right? When the mystery is solved, when Janusi's murder is solved, you all go back to your world. But what happens to him now? Does he exist? Is he real, or is he literally a figment of your imagination? Is he the figment of a game to someone? And
Shit!
You don't need an Arcana check for that. He's
No,
truly
no.
questioning his existence.
Evie wants to like tell him, like try and comfort him and tell him that he's real for this realm.
Yeah. Each of you, as he asks these questions of you, I do want to get like everybody's immediate thoughts. You don't have to respond to him. I don't want you to speak to him just yet. I want to know what your characters, like Alaric, when he asks of you in this party of this question, what are your immediate thoughts? Do you have any?
He would. I don't. I'm not sure actually. Because he's just like I'm as confused as you are. Am I real too? I don't know.
Or is any of this real? Okay, Evie, immediate thoughts.
Honestly, like it's just she feels some heartbreak for him, but she believes that in some way, shape, or form, this world is real and those in it are too.
Okay, Emmy.
Um, he's like, oh shit. Alark broke him.
Adam.
Empathy. Adam feels bad for Kaelan questioning existence of self.
Yeah.
And can only imagine.
Yeah, it's shocking. Kyle.
I would say, just like any story, there's always some truth to it, and some. So he's real in the way.
Got it. So I mean, your thoughts are like, he's real to you at the moment. He's real, whether it's in a story or whether it's in an alternate world. Like at this point, he exists. So
He's just a
as
different version of the Kaylin that we know.
yeah, as each of you have these immediate thoughts and the look on Kaylin's face, I mean, it really does drop. You have to understand again, as Adam discovered earlier, and you all get it to some extent, but Kaylin is a powerful magic. I mean, he is an archmage. He is a 9th level spellcaster. He can literally stop time if he wishes, and like the look on his face is more or less like it. It's like someone who's asking themselves for the first time, is like, is this all part of a simulation, right? Like, am I part of a computer program? And it's the same thing for Kaylin. He's questioning his existence. But as that happens, like this fog, this dome of fog drops over this entire room, and Kaylin freezes in place, and the lights flickering on the walls freeze in place, and everything around stands still. Not a speck of dust moves, nothing. You guys aren't stuck. You guys are fine. But it's as if the world around you stops, and you hear the voice. You hear the voice of Janusi, who you've only heard speak maybe once ever. But you hear this voice essentially like over the intercom kind of situation.
Oh my god.
Please do not break the simulation. Please do not allow please do not allow the individuals in our story to question their existence. And you kind of see like the world around you almost rewinds as if like Kaylin it rewinds to just before Kaylin asks the question, I'm willing to probe your mind if that's what you so wish. And Alaric, you're actually back here. Stolas, Stolas is back on you more or less. Everything is kind of rewound, and you hear the voice again. It's like this click, this almost auditorium style situation where it's like, "Thank you," click, and so it's right back to where Kaylin. It's right back to where Kaylin asks. He repeats his statement. He's like, "Speak your truth, and I will determine whether I can trust you or not." And he repeats the question to you again. He says, "I can probe your mind if you'd like, but that seems rude, given that we just met." And Alaric, you're up again. You can try this all over again, or you can speak your truth and decide whether Kaylin trusts you or not.
Alaric says, "I think I'm gonna be sick," and he's just goes out to puke. The whole rewind thing messed with his stomach.
Kaylin is actually a little dissuaded. He doesn't know what just happened. He has no idea of anything. It's as if the last few minutes didn't exist for him. So Alaric walking out actually, I don't want to say offends him, but the fact that Alaric wasn't willing to speak up is definitely not helping. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to ask you to roll a charisma check with a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Persuasion? Okay.
Yeah, with disadvantage.
Okay. The dice, please don't fail me. Don't fail me. Any other time, Disadvantage. Shake. Oh, look at that. What a waste of 20.
Okay, so you got an 11. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Evie, you are up.
Oh god. Okay.
After all that.
I know. I'm trying to remember where we were at that point.
I think we're still answering his question of
Just
our
they were from
intentions.
Waterdeep.
Trying to convince him that we're trustworthy.
Yeah, again, Kyle's kind of laid it all out for him. I had Kyle and Emmy roll a persuasion check. If there's anything you'd like to alter or add, you're more than welcome to. If not, you can just reiterate what Kyle said and also roll your charisma check.
Okay. I think I would just like to reiterate what he said, and just tell him that we really want to help.
Go ahead and roll your check as well. And Adam, you can go ahead and roll yours, unless there's anything else you'd like to add.
What's check again? Sorry.
Oh, thank God.
Persuasion.
Whoa.
Persuade. Oh, I'm proficient. Hello.
Do you have a negative, Evie? You have a
I
negative.
do. I have a -1 in charisma.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Still a pretty good roll.
I know. That's why I said thank God. Nat 20.
Yummy.
Look at Adam's rolls getting better.
That's 320s.
So even with Alorix walking out, Kaelin kind of passes it off. Maybe Alaric was briefly offended by the Kaelin's offer to probe his thoughts. He's not sure, but as a whole, you seem trustworthy enough. He doesn't doubt necessarily your stories. You know, he understands that you're own individual people, that maybe your motivations individually are different, but as a group, he accepts that, you know, sometimes as adventurers, he was an adventurer himself in the past. He's done things for money. He's done things for fame and reputation, probably more so than anyone else in this room combined. So he's familiar with that, and he's accepting. So even given the circumstances, he's willing to trust you for the time being. So good job, I guess.
Yeah.
That was a wild ride.
It really was.
I didn't know what the hell I was gonna do. I didn't expect Laura to be like, yeah, sure, whatever. And so I didn't have. I just made all that up. Sorry. Hope was fun.
That was
I
good.
had no idea what I was gonna do.
That was cool.
That was nuts.
But anyway, yeah. So he begins to talk about what he found in the. He decides to open it up, right? He understands that you're investigating, and maybe unwilling to share the details of the investigation. So he begins to discuss pretty much what happened. He says that yesterday at his end of year meeting with Janusi, he informed the keeper that Candlekeep needs more watchers if it's to be protected from outside threats, and the keeper did not appreciate his proposal. And so, Kaelin was obviously disappointed. He's concerned for the security of Candlekeep. After seeing to his duties later that afternoon at around 2 p.m., he continued his private research here. He comes here, at the end of pretty much every of his day. Although he's the warden of Candlekeep, he still has his own, personal studies. He has his own specialty, and therefore he uses a lot of his free time to pursue those things. However, after retiring to his chambers later that night, he can't recall when. It was well past night, but at 8 a.m. the following morning, he heard the alarm and arrived at Janusi's chambers a little bit after 8 a.m. He made a brief inspection of the room. As he mentioned earlier, he ordered the chamber to be cordoned off and posted a watcher, Todrick, to ensure that no one interfered with the scene. He left briefly to go declare a state of emergency, and then personally went to go see oversee the deployment of additional watchers. So he made sure that there, were additional people on the walls, that the gates were secure, that the area was as safe as it could be given the situation. He mentions that he doesn't want to say he foresaw this exact situation occurring, but it just rather solidifies why he desired more watchers in the first place, because his his guards are now going to be working, 20 hours a day in order to rotate on and off to make sure that the castle is secure, and that's not sustainable for anyone, even even people who as capable as those guarding Candlekeep. But he secured key areas around the inner ward, including doubling the guard at the keeper's tower and the high tower as well. And then at 11 a.m., after that was secure, he conducted a full examination of the crime scene. He returned there to find out what he discovered. He saw the chair, the holes in the chair that had been destroyed. He saw that the safe box had broken into. He investigated not only the the hole, the chasm in Janusi's chest, but the missing heart as well, and the marks, the blackness, the black stain that was left behind on Janusi's lips and fingers. And he went to go report his findings to Skoda when he encountered your group, and you all were there to witness her release him. So that's essentially a rundown, I guess, of his story, without you having to ask a bunch of questions. So
he doesn't know why he got released?
I mean, you heard Skoda's reasoning as well as I did. She stated that it was for, you were independent. You were less of you had no bias, right? I suppose that Skoda saw me as a threat, saw me maybe as a suspect, but if you ask me, she let me go and hired you to cover something up. She was either covering for someone or perhaps covering for herself.
Or someone.
Maybe Alchris?
And her nephew are very close. Alchris tends to be a little bit more open and forthcoming with his desires. It's quite possible that Alchris did something that Bookworm decided needed to be covered up.
Well, that is a possibility we need to consider now, isn't it?
I would certainly
As
hope
we've
so.
done so before.
Now that I've told you my story, could you tell me, what did you make of the crime scene? We'll see if our stories match up, or our assumptions match up.
Who's going first?
Top of the key, you can hear the conversation, Alaric. If you'd like to come in the door, you're more than welcome to. If you'd like to stay outside, you're more than welcome to do that. Whatever you so choose.
In terms of like assumptions, my only assumption is that it has to be more than one person or someone who is very strong to like for when we investigated the body and the condition of the wounds and everything else. But in terms of who or what motive, I can't tell for sure.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to have everybody go ahead and give their assumptions first, if they so choose. If you'd like to reveal something or one of your assumptions, you're more than welcome to do it. It can either be a personal assumption, kind of like Alaric did, or a group assumption. Like if you guys want to come, if things that you've discussed in the past, I'll leave it up to you. So if you agree, if like your assumption is the same as someone else, then that's perfectly fine. But I don't want to go back and forth, be like, Kaylin assumes this, and then blah, blah, blah. So, Evie, go ahead. If you'd like to share an assumption, you're more than welcome to do so.
Well, I already discussed with the group before. I had, like, kind of a thought that maybe someone was, like, did some kind of spell or something to make themselves look like, what's her name? Sylvira, maybe, and kind of frame her for it, since she is kind of the obvious choice, but I don't think it's her. As far as who may be doing that, I have a couple ideas, but I'm not 100% sure.
Timmy.
I would have to agree with Evie.
check.
I'm about to say the same as Evie. Like suspicions, nothing confirmed. There's not much else we can. Pointing fingers without as many facts as we have is kind of pointless. But we definitely have suspicions.
We already know that there's some conflicting information.
That's fair.
Just a little bit.
Okay. Adom, you could go ahead and roll me a perception check as well, and Kyle.
Can I ask, why do you think right away Skora would be hiding something?
You can ask him questions after. This is specifically a like an assumption kind of situation. You guys are trading information. You can ask him questions. Anything else afterwards if you.
Well,
She Nick Gale.
so since he thinks that he has suspicion towards Skora, my assumption is that it's very suspicious that the knife from the kitchen went missing, and Skora was there. Were last seen there out of the other people. But it could mean many things as well.
Okay.
But it's certainly suspicious towards Kyle. He tells that.
Perception check. I don't know if you've already rolled it. If you have, just roll again and tell me the highest. I'll tell you why I'm giving you advantage in a bit. Just trust me on this one. Alaric, Evie, and Kyle, you all each shared one assumption that you had. I will allow you guys to come together. You guys can do it as a group, but I will allow you to share one additional theory or assumption that you guys have as a group to make it 4, if you'd like. You don't have to, but if you'd like to, you're more than welcome to.
Roll the 19, 22 total.
Perfect. Emmy, is that 12 your total? I'm so sorry to cut you off, Evie, but Emmy, is that your 12 your total?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I have a
discuss the whole like, because there was the orb that could have had poison in it, and maybe Skoda was working with one of the kitchen staff to make that happen, like to make what's her name, Sylvira sick, and to get her out of the picture essentially, so they could do whatever they needed to take Genesi out. Like I definitely think it was like a group effort, and potentially between Skoda and a kitchen, one of those the people who were servers that night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's Evie's suggestion. Alaric, you had a question? Go ahead.
I do have a question. I did lose my notes, but who was the person that when we did the insight check, it turns out that they had like they were lying like 2 out of something lying.
Not entirely truthful.
Yeah, not entirely.
I think
Wasn't that
Skoda? No, Skoda was one of the 4 things we talked about was dishonest.
There was someone who.
I thought it was one of the 2 dragons.
Well, Skoda's one of the 2 dragons.
Yeah, you haven't
That's
talked
what I'm saying. I
to
thought it was
Alchris
Skoda
yet,
that
I don't think.
I have to look at my notes.
We haven't talked to Alchris.
Oh, we haven't spoken to Alchris yet? Was it only Skoda?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I wrote this down wrong. Whoa, hold on.
Because Seminor was pretty honest, I believe. We talked to Skoda. One of the 4 things we talked about was dishonest. Kazrin was truthful on 2 of our questions.
Yeah.
And then Elvira, she went back to dinner, but she was partially lying about her motives for leaving her room after midnight.
Yeah.
And the irony did say that like Alchris seemed the happiest at the dinner, so maybe Alchris is a part of it. I don't know.
Maybe they were kind of excited because the plan is going to be executed.
That was my thought. Like,
yeah,
maybe Alchris and Skoda, were in on it together. Maybe they had one of the kitchen staff do the whole like poison in the orb on the food to get Sylvira out the way. while they executed the rest of it.
It definitely didn't, like, I feel like it wasn't accidental. Like it could, like it's either planned, like
What is planned?
like the whole thing, the murder, like
Oh
planned.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah,
So
like
either
doing
planned
more.
or a
I'm sorry, there's
planned
nothing
setup.
accidental about a heart being cut out of someone's
No, no,
fucking
no,
chest.
no, no. Let me continue. It was planned. This is why he was excited or like the happiest, because it's the day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Or like when they were like fighting, maybe someone had a, I don't know, change of heart or something. I don't know, or you know, got scared.
So
I don't know.
Evie's proposed is that potentially the kitchen staff was used to poison Skoda, or poison Janusi, excuse me. Alaric's proposed fourth one is that um,
The
that
argument,
potentially
maybe.
Skoda and Elchrist are working together because there was an argument heard. Kyle, what is your proposed additional?
I didn't think they used it to poison Genossi. I think they did it to make Sylvira sick, so that way she wasn't going to his chambers.
Yeah, it was to
Oh.
keep her out of the way.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure, got it.
So that way, whoever did the deed was like, I think that they disguised themselves as Sylvira and went and killed him.
Interesting. Okay, Kyle, what is your proposed fourth option?
My fourth option.
Yeah, you guys have to decide between one of these three. So the first one you get, and this you guys are joining together to combine the fourth one. So you just have to decide which one of these you want to propose to him.
Well, my part is still mentioning about the knife, the missing knife.
Yeah. You'll get that one. You guys have to combine. You guys have to choose one. If you don't have another option, that's fine. You can go with one of the other two. It's just up to you.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay. So between the poisoning Sylvira to get her out of the way and proposing that Alchrist and Bookworm were working together to, and had that meeting, which of the two of those do you want to propose as your fourth option?
We can't combine it into one.
Good try, though.
I just
What?
maybe that
I vote the poison one.
yeah, I already stated that they're working together, and this is literally I wouldn't say my only assumption, but it's like the top one, that it has to be more than one person that did this,
Mm-hmm.
But I already said that, so yeah, you go with the poison.
Okay, does everybody agree on the poison, or any objections?
No.
Hey, Dom, Emmy, any objections or any other ideas? Anything you'd like to propose as like a fourth option? Now that you've heard all the talking.
The only thing I would have suggested would have been that multiple people are involved in this, and someone was deliberately trying to frame somebody else, but that was already said. Someone who was involved was trying to frame someone else to like shift attention, shift focus off of them potentially being the suspect. But that's pretty much been described in the previous option, so I don't really have anything.
So Kaylin listens to all of you kind of speaking in regards to what you found so far. Alaric's first thought is that the individual must have been very strong, or maybe not working alone, in order to have hacked out Janusi's heart like that. Evie, your first assumption, real quick, what was that? I forget. I'm sorry. I had it and it's gone.
Is that Skoda and one of the kitchen staff were working together to
That was your
have
second one, right? I thought that was. What was your first
Sylvira
one?
poisoned?
I thought that was your second one. Was it your first one something else?
Oh, it was just that someone was impersonating Sylvira whenever they
Oh,
went.
yeah. Okay, good call. And Kyle, your assumption was you just had the one.
This Skoda took the butcher's knife and
Okay.
used it.
So Kalen, Kalen confirms, or he agrees that it was one of the great readers was most certainly the murderer. And the reason he believes this is because to Alaric, to all of your point, the person using this had to have been strong, but not necessarily physically strong. They had to be strong in magic. And the reason he knows this is because they had to circumvent several arcane locks. Janusi's every door in Candlekeep is secured not only by a mundane lock that requires a key, but arcane locks as well. Many are protected by several forms of magic, and Janusi's door is of no exception. So in order for someone to have broken into Janusi's apartment, or Janusi's not only his room but into his safe box, they had to bypass arcane locks as well as mundane locks. So he believes that it was one of the great readers. And he's already expressed to you that he believes that in hiring you and dismissing Kalen, that Skoda had something to cover up, whether it was her own personal doing or whether it was Alchrist's doing, or another reader. Obviously Bookworm has the closest relationship with Alchrist, but it's possible she was covering up for another reader, although he wouldn't know who. He also, to the remark about the poison, he confirms that with Evie, he was like, if this person had if this person was powerful enough to overcome these arcane locks, it's very possible that they were powerful enough to disguise themselves. As far as poisoning Silvira, he's not sure he can agree with that, because everyone there would have been eating from the same food sources, and more people than just Silvira would have gotten sick. While it's possible that something was slipped into Silvira's food individually, with that many people in the room, it's not something that he can confirm or deny. However, he knows that Janusi was poisoned and was likely dead before his heart was removed. But that is...
Can I...
So do we not tell him about the little orb thing that we found and our theory of between the kitchen and all that?
I was gonna ask about the poison, since he mentioned it.
Yeah.
Since he mentioned that Janusi, because I know, according to my notes, there was two indicators, or like different things that were on Janusi's body, which is one was on his tongue, like black ink on his tongue, and then stuff on his fingers as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was gonna ask him if those were indicators of possible poison.
He confirms yes, that is my understanding as well.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. So he did die before being butchered.
He goes on to explain that, like, due to the lack of blood surrounding the area, he had to have been dead for, maybe a long time. It wasn't immediate. He doesn't believe that the person who, or rather, he doesn't believe that Janusi's heart was removed immediately after he was poisoned. There had to have been some time in between those two events. Whether it was, he's not sure of how long, but...
Is it possible someone could have used a spell to stop time and do that?
That is like great magic. Magic like that tends to leave some kind of trace and evidence behind.
Right.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
He admits that himself and potentially other some of the other readers can indeed stop time, but it's for seconds at a time. Usually less than a minute, right? It's something that takes a lot of power, and it's not something that can be done for extended periods of time. So if you're curious, the spell time stop works for 1d4 plus 1 turns. So the max that it can be used is 50 seconds. So like less than a minute of time stop would have been affected. And there are larger spells. You know, there are stories, there are tomes and accounts of several magic users getting together and creating larger areas of this like time field. But again, those would have one taken a lot of coordination in a very short amount of time, and two definitely would have left traces behind as well.
That makes sense. Wonder how much.
Let's go back to the
What did that sound?
Oh, sorry, I'm in.
Uh,
What's happening?
Hmm?
I don't know.
Anthony pointed out that I was wrong. 5 turns is 30 seconds. I don't know why I said 10. I think I was applying it. I'm multiplying it by 10, like 5 times 10 seconds, but a round is 6 seconds. So 5 times 6 at max is actually half a minute. So even less time than I originally thought.
so I was gonna ask. So, uh, if most of the evidence or what he's saying points out to this is to the party, but out of character. Uh, are we like? Do we leave this guy and just go straight to uh Alcrest and what's the other one's name? I forgot. Yeah.
Well,
So
maybe to like kind of appease Skoda, we can ask him if he could come back up because she's sent us down here to retrieve him to do his job. So
yeah.
he
So
could
if
always just like keep an eye out, like topside,
did
essentially
we?
secretly joining our investigation without her knowledge.
So he did mention that he finds Skoda sussy. Uh, what if I don't know how to phrase this question. If I'm gonna ask him, I want to ask him what do you think uh we should ask her?
I mean, are you asking me or are you asking the party?
Party. Like, what do we ask her? Like, we talked to her, right?
We
Yeah, but
did.
But
she
we
just
didn't.
doesn't seem as open. Like she'll be straightforward, but I guess we will have to ask her again. Try to inside check.
Well,
How
we need
See
about
to
if
talk
she's
to
lying.
Alchrist, so maybe Kaylin would know something about Alchrist.
yeah,
Yeah, you can ask about something about Acrest, I guess.
did we meet up with Alchrist at all? Actually,
No,
No,
we have
he's the
not.
last person.
okay. So because I want
It's
to
actually
ask.
2, I think. I don't think you've talked to Tellus yet either.
Oh yeah, two.
Those are the great readers. There's lots of people that you haven't talked to, but of the great readers, Alchrist and Tellus are the only 2 that
So
you.
my brain is like we need to if we go to Alcrest, we need to figure out which one is mentally weakest, so we could try to like force some answers.
Kaden did say that Alcrest is kind of a bit open.
uh,
Like he's an open book.
okay.
I don't know how to phrase what you said,
uh,
Jonathan, but
He's
I,
just
I
more
think
open about his wants, his desires.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it was. He's yeah.
hey,
He's not as reserved as his aunt is, right? Skoda's an older Dragonborn. Alcris is still a little bit young when it comes to Dragonborn standards. He's just more. He's willing to be more direct to achieve his goals rather than Skoda, who may be more like planning, right? She's more reserved.
Scheming.
What'd you
yeah,
say?
I think
Scheming.
Yeah, sure. In this case, if you assume that she's the killer, then yeah, I suppose so.
Just making stuff.
yeah, I think it would be a good time to actually ask the questions we asked Skoda. Maybe he'll give more answers, and slip in a way
Yeah, Kaylin.
if there's anything.
Kaylin is reluctant to directly assist you with the investigation. Um, he doesn't want to. He seems to think that you are, as trustworthy to a point that he thinks that you're here for the right reasons. But he's also understanding that as someone who's been dismissed from the investigation, if he were to directly help you, it would throw doubt over what you guys are finding. People might be less likely to answer your questions or help. He also says that speaking to Skoda so quickly after speaking to her again might not be the best course of action. She did send you down here to find him, and if you immediately go to her requesting more information, she's just going to assume that, I at least suspect her, and possibly you do too. So it might be best to ask around, right? If you haven't talked to Alcris, see if their stories match up. If you haven't spoken to some of the Avowed, or if you haven't spoken to other individuals, now is a good time. If your primary suspect is indeed Skoda, it might be worth it to indirectly ask the other Avowed about her. Just be aware that a lot of the Avowed do show loyalty to the great readers, right? These are people that they've looked up to, Janusi as well, but it's going to be hard for some of them to imagine that they're role models, for lack of a better word. And he directly mentions, I believe it's which one was it? It wasn't Sprig. Oh, it's Irony. Irony in particular, has desires of being the keeper of the tomes one day. So I imagine it's going to be hard for her to assume that one of the great readers, killed for it. But be careful about your investigation. Don't do anything. You don't want to do anything so direct that it scares them off. If Skoda hired you to do the investigation, she can just as easily fire you, right? She can release you and kick you out of Candlekeep, and then maybe nothing gets done. So do what you think is right.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, my something was in my eye.
Well, she's gonna ask about you. Should we mention that you were reluctant, but will reemerge at some point soon?
I don't imagine she cares much about my thoughts on the investigation if she
No,
released me,
she just
but
wants
I will accompany you back to the surface and go about my duties to, assuage her fears that I'm, skirting my duties.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
And
Okay, so Imi, do you have anything to add or any last questions before you go depart?
No.
Okay. Adon?
No, sir.
Kyle?
Mm. Um, what was his name? Uh, you were. I'm not. I'm think I'm getting this confused. But were you gonna be one of the successors as the keeper
No, not at
of?
all. My job as the warden of the gate warden here at Candlekeep was my only desire here.
Okay. Um, do you know who might have been uh like that Janusi might have chosen? Were you were aware of?
There are many on the council who believe they could have led. Skoda, obviously, as the first reader, is the assumed choice. Most of the time, the second in command will become the first in command when they depart. But I don't think any of them assumed he would depart this way.
It's just that Eli seemed so confident that he was gonna get the position.
Eli is certainly a powerful leader. He certainly thinks highly of himself, either anyway. But as far as the keeper's desires on naming a successor, all I knew is that he was planning on doing so, and now he cannot.
But that's the other thing. Feminor as well said that talked to Genosi specifically.
If I had to
she
choose
was
one of
really
those
chosen.
people to trust, it would be Feminor. But as I said, I cannot confirm or deny that the keeper had meetings with each of us. We were required to meet with him
Right.
yesterday morning, and honestly, what was spoken about between each individual is only between those two. There's no way for any of us to know. Silvira may know, Skoda may know as Skoda's first reader, and Silvira as his partner, but even then, I highly doubt they discussed professional matters like that, especially if the successor was being chosen. He may not have even wished to discuss it with Skoda herself, but the only way to really confirm is if we found evidence of Janusi's wishes ourselves, and I honestly doubt that is going to happen. But it is not. I'm not too terribly surprised that multiple people are coming forward and claiming that Janusi offered them the role of keeper of the tomes. As I'm sure you're aware, maybe Skoda has informed you or another one of the readers. At this point, the keeper will be decided by a vote from the council. The 11 of us will decide. With I imagine Skoda now as the tiebreaker, but in this case, I assume many are going to be jockeying for the position. I say many of them. I highly doubt Darrell wishes to become keeper of the tomes. He would rather just drink his life away. But there will be many. Tellus, I imagine, will vie for the role. Feminor sounds like she's interested. Lai, Skoda, there's 4 right there. 4 of the 11 that wish power. Alchrist is too young, but as I said, he's driven. It's possible he might throw his name in the ring, but if I had to guess, it will either be Skoda or Alchrist. I highly doubt they'll run against each other. But hells, for all I know, Silvira herself might wish to run just to cause discord amongst the rest of them.
Yeah. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, I understand. I wish there was more of a definitive answer I could give you, but
Of course.
I don't know myself. And as someone who sits on the council, I honestly don't know who I would vote for if I had the choice. Perhaps Feminor, if we can prove without a doubt that she had nothing to do with his murder. But as I said, I was removed from the investigation, and short of searching Janusi's office, I have not had the chance to talk with anyone else other than yourselves.
If what Feminor says is true, that Janusi chose her, I wonder if he could have had papers on her that he was just turning in his position. But we don't know.
He's made comments in the past months of stepping down. I believe he spoke to Skoda directly of it. I'm sure he had spoke to Silvira about it directly, but I searched his office as well, and I found nothing. So unless the person who killed him had the same idea and removed documents such as that from his desk, from his room, nothing right now points to Janusi offering the position to anyone.
Right.
It's hearsay. It's he said, she said at this point.
Of course. Well, I guess we should get it back up.
I suppose so. I imagine it took you a while to get down here, but fear not. I can get you up to the top in a quarter of an hour.
Nice.
So, is there any last minute things, any last minute questions or comments you'd like to make with Caleb before he leads you back up to the surface?
No.
Nope.
No.
I'm empty.
Nope.
Any last things, EB?
No.
Okay. So-
Actually, Adom looks at Kaylan and just nods with respect to the previous misunderstanding.
He nods back. He like I said, he's more trustworthy of you. He doesn't feel threatened. If he did, he wouldn't, offer to take you back or anything like that. So no hard feelings. He appreciates the deference.
Fair.
I'm gonna put you in what I believe is your normal arching order for now, because it's not gonna matter too much. So he goes ahead and leads you out of the room. He steps down off the dais, and nothing really has changed here. He leads you up through the northern part of this room, and sure enough, he leads you through the only open doorway that you guys saw earlier. And there's a large altar in the middle, but it looks pretty run down. He pays no mind to it and continues to guide you to the left. There we go, to the left. And a long corridor opens up around each of you, and he leads you down in an earlier round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. So he leads you down this back path, and you can see that there's this little outcropping in the stairwell. And Kalen seems to know his way around. He points out various landmarks and such as he moves up, but the path that he's taking you on is pretty straightforward. It's almost staircases all the way up. And as he mentioned, he presses his hand on certain passageways and they open up. He takes you around in circles almost. In fact, at one point, you all notice that you've taken like 5 left turns and somehow have ended up in a different location than you were before. He seems to know this pathway very well, and of course he would. He admits to you as you question it, and as he leads you down, he comes down here sometimes multiple times a day. So this is kind of like a second home to him. It's not his room. He still doesn't trust the creatures in the area to sleep down here, but he certainly does know his way around for the most part. And you are led all the way back up into the chamber where you were left. Fimbris is indeed waiting for you as you reach the top of the stairs. I will say this, I guess you probably enter at a different location. So as you reach the top of the stairs, I just lost his name.
Alaric?
No, the guy we were just talking, Kalen. Goodness. Sorry, it's getting there. Kalen, points you in the right direction and says, you describe the statue to him of the dragon, and he points you in the right direction of Fimbris, and he departs, saying that he has duties to attend to with the guards to ensure that everything is in place. And you all head in the direction of Fimbris, who informs you that as you approach, he looks kind of nervous and a little shocked to see you, coming from a different direction. But the last thing he says to you before essentially rushing off is, "Oh, thank goodness I found you. The ceremony is about to begin." And he rushes off down the hallway. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Oh, goody.
Oh, good God.
So yeah, that's where we'll end. I'm not going to lie to you. I expected to get through the ceremony. So the fact that all this took almost 4 hours is cool. You guys did well. I think it went well, but
Oh, we were supposed to get to the ceremony?
not supposed to. No, my plan was to get through the ceremony and then call it there, but I'll just pick up there. There's no harm, no foul. Yeah. I had a plan of where I had a stopping point so that we could keep everything, kind of rolling, but you guys fine. I probably did more talking than you guys did, but that's okay. Hopefully it was worth it.
It was a great session to me, so.
It's good. I'm joking. I don't know.
Oh,
I
that's
just
sussy.
yes, sus.
Sussy vodka.
She hired us because she knows we're not that good.
Yeah, we kind of
Just like
investigation is not
But,
our
but
forte.
Well, I
all I'm
mean,
gonna say is,
it
if it
kind of
actually
brings
is
some
Coda,
eyes off of her if she's like, "Oh, let me appoint these unbiased people." It,
yeah,
essentially trying to make herself look
ex-
less likely.
but
exactly. That's my thought.
that's what I'm saying. If it's Skoda, oh, the hands. Oh, the hands. Man.
It's-
I don't think it's just her.
I know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say I know, but I strongly believe it's more than one person.
I strongly believe it's more than one person.
Should we start
At this
leaving out
level,
people who are not suspicious? We
So
know that Daryl is not suspicious. He's just
Catherine,
drunk.
Catherine is not. It's just it's too much overwhelming. Like she has an alibi, and uh,
Yeah, but her
the
alibi is suspicious because he totally is claiming that he was named the successor. So what if they're working together?
wait,
Like,
who are we talking
Her
about?
and Aloy.
yeah.
Uh,
talking about Kazran, right?
Yeah.
But
ah,
I feel like these two are just jealous bitches, you know,
Damn.
fighting one another.
A lover's quarrel. That's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently
That is
that's like
tough.
old news, but you never know.
And that's usually how this shit go down anyway. So,
yeah. Jonathan is smiling. He's like, yeah, I think
oh, I
that.
know.
Let me
Jonathan,
throw the bomb.
Jonathan is big smirking. What if the
Mhm.
conclusions is on Valentine's Day and we find out that these people were scheming because Janusi broke their heart? Unreal.
Yeah, you broke my heart. I take yours and I eat it. You know?
Oh, okay.
Imagine your heart out, literally.
All right.
Uh,
So everybody's good for next Thursday. No issues that we know of there.
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Wednesday. Sorry.
no, let me
Yeah,
see.
your
They
Wednesday.
listed it.
That's what I say.
Wednesday.
I'm like Dragon Queen.
Pretty sure that's good for me.
Actually, I won't be able to. Because I have a wedding on the 11th and I need to wake up early because we need to prepare some stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So I
okay.
won't attend Wednesday or Friday because the wedding will extend literally until late.
So no D&D for you next week.
Yeah, no.
Might not even be playing. If Kaon's trying to prep a campaign next Thursday, we probably won't play yet. I assume he'll need a couple weeks to like prepare and get everything going. Plus, we have to decide if we're even going to do it. I don't know what the plan is. We'll talk about that tomorrow, but that's another issue. We'll play one down. If Laura can't make it, we'll go ahead and play without her. If we have another person missing, then we'll suspend it. I want, especially with these things, I want everybody to have as much information as possible. But as always, I'll record it and post it. I'll restream it and then post it. So we'll meet again next Wednesday at 3. I suspect that the first half of the session will be similar to this. There'll be a lot of me guiding you, giving you narrative descriptions, giving you things like that. And then the second half will be similar to you asking, questions and more interviewing because you still have a few people to talk to, Alchrist and Tellus specifically, but you can obviously talk to whoever you like at any time. But yeah. Also, I will say that we will be, after the ceremony is over on next Wednesday, we will be ending the day. And then the next day will start. So essentially, everything that happened in that first day will wrap up, and then you'll wake up the next morning and it'll be a different day. I know that doesn't really affect too much, but if you use spells during this long rest or during this day, you'll get them back, things like that. So,
Key.
in the next week, I do want you to think, because you will have all of next session to, again, do whatever you can before, well, not all of next session, but like half of next session before you get the long rest, before you sleep necessarily. Well, potentially long rest, no telling what's going to happen in the middle of the night. But I also just use this week or use the hour before the session starts to start looking over your spell sheets and thinking like, what can I use like out of combat? What is effective not only when I'm fighting something, but can I use something in different ways, right? Spells work all the time. They're not just a combat thing. So, and you can use them in pretty smart ways. I don't like telling people no if I can help it. So, I think that's it. So, are there any last minute comments, questions, concerns before we wrap up today?
I'm good.
All I have is a thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question about a spell that I feel I just don't know how to use it.
Sure. Go ahead.
Prestidigitation. Like I
Prestidigitation?
feel like I feel like I don't know how to use it. Like
My favorite spell in the
I
world.
see,
The cleaning.
I
spell.
see the description. I just don't. I feel like I don't understand it.
I mean, the first thing you have to understand is it's a cantrip, right? So it's not made.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be like incredibly powerful. It's just made to be somewhat useful, and most of the time, it is going to be like an out of combat spell, something that you're going to use in the world.
Yeah.
So, like as far as I don't know, a good example is let's say that so that last little room that you were in, right? The I keep forgetting all these names, but the Chamber of Lost Lore, right? So let's say that behind Kaelin, rather than it just being like a huge arcane symbol, it was like covered in dirt. You could see like pieces of images and of words and things like that, but you really couldn't make it out. You could use prestidigitation to clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic foot. So you can use it on certain parts of the wall, ideally, and start, cleaning the area, right? So instead of like potentially hurting it, you can use it that way. Or you can use it to light small candles. So let's say you went down there and the entire place was completely lit. I think it's not just candles. I think you can light anything up to like a candle, a torch, or a small bonfire, like a campfire, right? So if you go down there and the entire place is dark, but you can see like sconces on the wall and things like that, you can use prestidigitation to light those candles, right? I think you have to touch them, but I think prestidigitation is a touch spell. It's 10 feet. So, you can do it from a distance. So rather than just walking into a dark room, little things like that. So you can also use it to put out the lights, right? If your character has dark vision and you want to be in the dark, you can turn out the light. You can snuff out the candle. So it's like little things that you can use narratively that are just fun. I love prestidigitation. It's one of my favorite spells in the entire game. But you're right. It is like it's something that you almost always have to keep in the back of your mind. Just a good example is in our Horde of the Dragon Queen campaign, right? Arthur uses it all the time to clean up our messes, right? When we go in and when we're murking a whole room of people and we want to try to stay quiet, Arthur's constantly using prestidigitation to clean up the blood and make it look like we were never there, right? It's little things like that. It takes a while, but it's useful. So
fair enough. Okay, I understand it now.
Yeah.
I just felt like, okay, so I could do this, but like how, But,
yeah,
I think
it's just one of those things you have to you have to extend your imagination as far as you can go in order to make use of all the little effects that you can do. And you can keep up to 3 effects going at the same time. So you could actually have 3 puffs of smoke in the air, or 3 light sources, like sparkling lights or chime noises and things like that. You can make noises with. It's little things. So it's certainly not the strongest spell out there. It's just, in my opinion, the most fun spell out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been
and then me just looking at my spells. I forgot that I could use my reaction to block 2 crits for Adam.
Yeah, silvery barbs.
I forgot that I have
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
have.
let Meepo die. That's giving that kind of a vibe right now.
I'm sorry, it's been a while. Okay, I used to use it, but because it's been a while, I almost forgot that I could do these things.
I understand. That's one of the reasons that I wanted to give you a semi-combat scenario, is just to refresh your mind. I don't want to go months without you guys not looking at your character sheets like that. So I get it. I didn't want it to be real combat because I would have just killed you, but I wanted it to be
Oh
threatening.
my god.
I
something
felt
to-
dumb as hell trying to read all that. I was like, wait,
Me too.
what can I do again?
I
Who
understand.
am
The
I?
fact that I was reading prestidigitation just now, and then I see Celebrate Barbs, and I'm like, oh shit, I could have blocked two. Oops, mistakes were made.
I was out there hurting.
Yeah, those
Oh,
eels are
God.
no joke.
But the cool spectral dragon healed him, so it's okay,
That was
right?
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm like, where that
Didn't
dragon come
heal
from?
me though.
You're fine.
He's like, you be alright.
Miriam is extremely powerful. She can do a lot of things. I'm not. I will lie to you. I won't lie to you. She doesn't have a healing breath, but she can heal herself. So I thought it'd be cool if she could heal other people too. So I just did it.
No,
Yeah.
the way
That was
she
cool.
killed us was kind of that was sick.
Now the fact, the best moment I feel like is when you rewind time.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea what I was gonna do, right? Because in my head I was like, Kalen's a strong. He's a high level magic user. So in my head I was like, would he think of it as a joke, right? As like, okay, well this is maybe he'd assist you but not take it so seriously, or would he? Or would he have this existential crisis, right? Would he like have this because he understands how magic works? Would he just think that his life didn't matter, right? Like everything, like, and so that was my thought. It was like if I was a high level magic user and I was literally searching through somebody's mind and they were telling me that I didn't exist, like what would I think? Because I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that to happen. So
That was awesome, though.
Oh, God.
I thought it was fun.
The voice over the speaker, that was great.
Open arms.
I just
like,
made that. I thought it was
read me.
comedic relief
PA.
at the end there with the PA system. Please
Oh,
do not
God, that-
antagonize the players.
It's like whenever you go into the like the escape rooms.
Yeah, that is not a clue. Please stop trying to tear the wall down. Yeah,
Yes.
they give the one little walkie-talkie, the little beep, beep, and then you get
Oh,
yelled at,
God.
chastised
That's
for it.
exactly what I
Yeah.
thought about.
That's funny.
I thought it was. Yeah,
That was funny. That was cool.
but
You did it in a way. It didn't take me out of the story at all.
oh, good. That's
I
always
just-
my
I just-
concern too.
I just rolled with it like, oh, we just hit a snap back in time. Okay.
I
I'll take
honestly,
that.
I honestly thought about going as far as having Kalen kill himself, but I didn't do it. I thought that was
Oh,
a
Should have
little.
done it.
I thought that was a little
That's
too.
like, what is that show? There's a show where it's the everything's a simulation. What is that fucking show called?
Wait. I don't.
It's an HBO show.
Oh, HBO. Okay, okay. Never mind. Not the same show. No.
They're like everyone's androids and they don't know if they're real or not.
Oh, I've seen the commercials for that, the pre like little trailers for that. I haven't watched it though. Fuck, what is
Sounds
it called?
interesting.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
If it happened, I would be, I don't know.
Yeah, I
It'd be
always
a
thought about.
fair
I thought,
reaction.
I thought about him self-immolating, honestly, just like sacrificing himself in front of you. But I thought that
It
was
would have
maybe.
been a fair reaction, but that would have been very intense.
Yeah, I decided
Yeah.
I'd just rewind instead. So
Now, if
Um,
Alaric had been like, no, like, read my freaking mind and done it again, then you definitely would have had to let him
yeah,
go.
yeah. At that point, I probably would have upped the ante a bit.
His blood splatter goes everywhere.
But yeah, thank you for playing along. I'm glad that it
Fuck,
was.
what is this show? It's
I'm glad it
killing
was
me.
appreciated.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I
I'm
liked
back.
it.
Oh, Westworld.
Is that what it is?
Westworld.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I thought you were
that's
talking
what.
about a different one, but I liked Westworld.
Yeah, it reminded me of that.
Yeah, the robots will become like self-aware.
I'm sure there's a Black Mirror episode about it too.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I'm gonna hang around in the Discord just a bit because I need to make dinner soon. So if you have anything for me particularly, I'll be around. But other than that, I appreciate you guys. I love you all, and I'll see you next Wednesday.
Love you.
Thank you.
Take care, Jonathan.
Bye, everyone.
Wrap things up. Thank you for being here while you can, Gloria. It was good to see your name pop up in the chat there. I'm sorry I'm glad you got some Pokemon. Anthony, I'm sorry you didn't. We had a good time today. I thought it was pretty good. I've noticed that my party was getting a little bit frustrated with some of the. It was like repetitive, right? They didn't really know how like all the questions to ask, and the answers they were getting were kind of conflicting. So I felt like they were getting a little bit worn down. So I wanted to give them something that like to guide them and push them a little bit further. So I wanted to use Kaylin for that. Kaylin's a character that they've kind of known from the other world, I suppose you could say. So I thought it worked out that way. I had to make up a lot of stuff. I didn't actually when I first did the encounter with all the swarms of creatures, I didn't actually even expect or plan to roll a combat at all. But I decided it would be fun to see what would happen. I didn't want to knock anyone down. I didn't want to fudge any rolls, but I didn't want to hurt anybody. I just wanted to give them a sense of like dread. So the first round, I essentially made all the creatures have like 1 HP. So that they could kill them. You know, Kyle took down like 5 at once, but they immediately were replaced by others. You know, Alaric ran, Adom did some damage, Evie had to get away, right? I wanted them to feel threatened, and so I think that worked. It made Miriam's appearance a little bit more powerful. Out of character, Miriam has X-ray vision, so she could see through that rock the entire time, but I wanted Alaric to feel strong, like being in stealth. He rolled, Alaric rolled, or Laura rolled like a 26 the first, or yeah, 26 the second time. Which is actually better than Miriam's passive perception, which is why I had her like double take and come back, because Alaric did technically beat Miriam's passive perception. So for a second, Miriam didn't see him any longer, but again, X-ray vision, I wanted Alaric to feel that sense of dread, like you're playing with the dragon here, like you're trying to hide from a very powerful creature. So I think it played out well. And then the rewind thing, like I said, I made all that up. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't like using you know, detect thoughts and things like that. Detect thoughts isn't a mind read spell, so it's not something that you know, Kaylin could have used and then just immediately known Alaric's thoughts, but it does give enough information. So when he let him do it, I was like, okay, well, where do we go from here? So I made a lot of that up as well. I make a lot of stuff up. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I would say the most, the hardest thing about making stuff up is you have to keep track of it all too, right? It's much easier when you have the module in front of you to be like, okay, I can reference back to this and be like, this is what the book says. Whereas when you make a lot of stuff up, I really have to keep a lot of notes in order to make sure that I'm not losing track of things. But so far so good. It's not come to bite me yet. But yeah, I think that does in fact wrap things up. I'm going to send everybody over to Kyle. I am going to like raid and run though, because I have to go make some food. And spend some time with Brittany. She's been here the whole time, and I feel bad. So Anthony's like 0 for 35 for Pokemon today. What is that? Every 15 minutes, 4 hours? So you've missed, you know, 16 Pokemon in a row? It's a bummer. It's a bummer. But either way, thank you all for being here while you could. I love you all very much. I will be back on tomorrow with some more Baldur's Gate 3 in the morning, and then in the evening I'll be streaming. I'm not going to confirm whether I'm streaming or not tomorrow evening. I'm going to check with the group first. We have some things that we want to talk about in regards to the direction of the next campaign, and honestly I don't know if that's something that they want streamed. I think we have some obviously like what am I trying to say? Some administrative stuff that could probably be streamed no problem. We're just kind of discussing the game. But there might be some other personal conversations that we need to have, just about like time slots and things like that. That I'll check with everybody tomorrow. I'll check. So I might be streaming. I might not tomorrow night. I will be streaming tomorrow morning, and then we'll be back on Friday as well. So I think that's pretty much it for me, though. I think so. It's like I said, it was good. It was a good day. It's a good stream. We got 8 seconds until we go say hi to Kyle. Kodiak Fire Knight's playing some Mech Warrior. I'll pop in, say that I love him, and then leave. So, love you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and I will talk to you tomorrow.